Hello, hello, check, check, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, mic testing. Hello, hello, check, check, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, mic testing. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, 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 check, 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 1, 2, 3. Hello, 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 check, 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 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello.
Chief guest, Mr. Mahatma, Ambassador, Mr. Wasman, Professor Clive Bell, Professor Magnus Appleback, Professor Arup Mitra, Professor Avirup Sarkar, and friends. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome you all to this workshop, which will be concluding a project that IEG was undertaking in collaboration with CMI Norway. The project is supported by the Norwegian government, and it looks into some aspects of market structure and changing scenarios in the wake of major interventions like the Employment Guarantee Program or the Pradhan Mantri Gramya Sadak Yojana, the rural roads. I'm indeed happy that the Secretary of Rural Development, Mr. Mahapatra, would make it to this workshop. Mr. Mahapatra has held several positions, both at the center as well as in Orissa. Before taking off his current assignment, he was Secretary of Fertilizers. Prior to that, he was also Chief Secretary in Odisha and also Finance Secretary. I would just mention one thing, that as the Chief Secretary of Odisha in October 2013, when Odisha was affected by Cyclone Phylin, he was responsible for evacuation of about 1 million people. And if some of you remember, that was one cyclone which was severe, but there was no casualty. he also played a major role in the design of the Employment Guarantee Program when earlier he was in the Rural Development Ministry when it was initiated. We are indeed thankful to Mr. Mahapatra. Take this opportunity for the support extended by the Norwegian government through the CMI for this project. Now this is a collaborative project between IEG and CMI, but several other faculty from several other institutes are also joining the project. From Professor Clive Bell is there from University of Heidelberg, again through CMI. Professor Abhirov Mukhopadhyay is there from the Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi. It's an interesting project because for a long time we have been thinking that the development process of India often possibly it takes a back seat because of certain structural bottlenecks. And this project looks into how major interventions like the NREGA or the road schemes, how they have affected some of the markets and rural livelihood. In particular, questions arise whether the income support given by the Employment Guarantee Program it plays a complementary or supplementary role in the rural credit market, or what are the effects of the connectivity to the villages on the health or morbidity of the people. Similarly, it also looks into other aspects like migration, which the authors will be discussing today, and I look forward to the discussion. I think with these few words, I would welcome you all again.
A few slides. I will just say some words about the project and what we will hear today. Someone can just take. So CMI and IEG has been working together since 2009. It's basically organized around two projects. First, we call Inclusive Growth in India. We started out with funding, in fact, directly from the Norwegian Embassy. But at the end of the program, it was transferred to the Research Council of Norway because they started up a new collaborative research program between Norway and India called INDNOR. So they decided to move that project. So we are sort of the first project that was done under that umbrella, the INDNOR. Then there was an open call, and we also got a new project on agrarian context and rural poverty that has been running since 2013. It will end now in December 2015. So this is properly under the INDNOR program, and hopefully we can continue working together, of course, maybe under INDNOR. Both these projects has focused on rural issues. In fact, both projects have done surveys in this Korapur Balangi Kalandis zone, one of the really poorest places in India, and by that even in the world. In these remote, as you know, India has developed tremendously over the last decades, but there's still some pockets left with high level of poverty. The numbers you see here is poverty in rural India, taken from the relatively recent report from the Planning Commission. They count 270 million poor people in India in 2011-12. And here you can see the distribution. So this MP Bihar had the highest proportion of poor, but also many poor people in UP. So we are working in Orissa. And in the upland Orissa, where there is even higher level of poverty. I thought it would be interesting to compare the numbers of poor people in states of India to countries in Africa. So for example, Tanzania, where Norway is doing a lot of development work, there are 22 million poor people. In some Indian states, there are many more. Okay. It's good to have that perspective when we look at poverty in the world. We focus on structural issues in the rural sector. So I believe that in the long run, the rural sector will really be integrated in the urban, more modern economy. But the problem is that the long run may actually be quite long. So what do we do in the meantime? So that is sort of what we try to understand in this project. What problems are still there in the most remote parts of India? And we look at the structural problems in markets, in labor market, credit market, the interlinkage between different markets. We look at access to urban sectors, urban markets. And we study particular really large government programs and how they may ease some of these structural issues. So the two big problems we look at is PMGSY, the Rural Road Program, and NREGS, the Rural Employment Program. And I know the Secretary has been involved in both of these in implementation, so we're very happy that you are here. So the last slide is just an overview of the 5 presentations we will have today. These are the papers. Some of these papers are completed, some are still in work. So we will be working on this into 2016, even though the funding is over. We are very hard working people, so we continue working on these issues. So the first presentation today will be by Professor Clive Bell. He's working at CMI, but he's an emeritus professor from Heidelberg University. So he has a small position at CMI and also is based in Heidelberg. He has been working in India since 1969. He will talk about the Rural Road Program. Abrup Mukhopadhyay is sitting next to Clive there. He's at Indian Statistical Institute. He's affiliated with IEG on this project. He will talk about the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. Then after lunch, there will be 3 presentations on more the underlying structures, the markets, the contracts. Abrup is sitting here. He's a professor at IEG. He will talk about livelihoods and mobility, social mobility over time. Basanta Pradhan, I'm sorry to say he's in the hospital now because his son is getting a surgery, so he will probably not turn up. So I think Arup may present his papers on migration and livelihoods. And then if you have the time, I hope so, I will present the last paper, which is on a particular rural contract where there's interlinkage between land markets and credit markets. So I can just give you a brief introduction to that paper in case we don't get the time at the end of the day. So what happens there is that you transfer the user right to a plot of land against getting a loan. So the lender gets to use the plot of land as sort of the interest payment on that loan. So it's an interesting contract. Very little is written on that among economists. So stay on to that very interesting paper. Thank you.
His Excellency Ambassador, my friend Dr. Manoj Panda, distinguished professors, researchers, and participants in this workshop. It gives me great pleasure to be here for many reasons. In a sense, it's a bit of a nostalgia to be here because in the mid-70s, this was the place where we used to spend much of our day. I studied in Delhi school in the late 70s and spent around 3-4 years in this campus. So it's really, coming back home in a sense. The other two reasons why I think, I feel quite motivated to be here is that in 2004, when I came from the state of Odisha to the central government, the union government, as a joint secretary, the first day I arrived in the reported for duty, the then Secretary Rural Development said, "Well, you have a job almost waiting for you." So I asked him, "Sir, what is it?" He said, "No, your job is to bring out a piece of legislation to guarantee employment to all households in rural India within a month's time. That's your job." So from day one, I had to plunge, and I had a very tight time limit. So we had to really, and that was a very interesting piece of work that we did in collaboration with civil society, researchers, or stakeholders from government. So I think that the 1 or 2 months that we spent bringing out the contours of that legislation was an extremely, it's a very productive part of my career. And once that legislation went to the parliament, and then I was offered this job of managing this rural roads program, which is known as the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, or Prime Minister's Rural Roads Program. So between 2004 to 9, I have spent basically one in crafting Mahatma Gandhi, what came to be later known as Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act and the IEG-CMI. So I think in a sense I feel extremely satisfied to be a part of this exercise and to see what this program has delivered, or has not delivered. Let me say a few. I have looked at some of the papers that Dr. Panda had very kindly mailed it to me yesterday. I had a quick glance at some of these papers last night. I think let me start with Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Act. All of you perhaps are aware that this is one of the largest poverty reduction interventions in the world, not just in this thing. So it's a very, very large outlay. It has basically 3 core objectives. One is to provide guarantee of employment for unskilled manual work for 100 days to each rural household. The second core objective is to create productive community and individual assets in the rural economy. And the third objective is to empower the rural panchayats, the rural local bodies. So these are the 3 core objectives of this whole piece of legislation. In fact, this is one of the first interventions that the union government has made, the government of India has made in its journey towards what is called the rights-based approach to development, which is now been, later on we have of course had right to education, and we have also thinking of right to health and many other things. Right to food has come also. I think since the launching of this act, and this program is going to be, this legislation is going to complete 10 years, a decade, on 2nd February 2016, and it will be an important milestone for us. Between 2nd February 2005 and now, I think the program has spent close to, in terms of Indian rupees, more than 30,000 crores per year. Would be about 5 billion. Right? So, and what it has been, it's one of the most extensively researched programs. I think every year, annually we bring out a publication called Samiksha, and there are 2 issues which have come out, basically which contains the abstract of independent research that has been undertaken about the impact and other aspects of the program. Broadly, if I can summarize what this program has been doing, is there are around 90 million, more than 90 million active workers in this program. Every year, around 90 million active workers participate in this program. On an average, the employment provided is around varies between 40 to 50. There are states, of course, which do 80. Tripura is one of the highest employment providers. It generally exceeds about 80. Per year, it provides an income support of about 6,000 rupees to a rural household. It's a supplemental income. And importantly, 70% of the employment is provided during lean agricultural season. That's an important point because lots of people have questioned that Mahatma Gandhi Narega has adversely impacted agriculture because it does draw out labor from agricultural operations during that period. But if you see, actually 70% of the employment is provided during lean season when there is hardly any agricultural operation, or when laborers don't find any work in the actual agricultural operations. So these are some of the major things that I can mention about the program, about the impact and all. I think lots of work has been done. I don't need to say. The piece of paper that I saw has brought out about the borrowing behavior of the participating households. That's something. Let me also mention that a similar, lots of surveys have been carried out. I think recently the University of Maryland, along with National Council of Applied Economic Research, also Dr. Panda was part of that presentation also, conducted the India Human Development Survey. And if you see the findings on borrowings the Narega and borrowing, what comes out that in areas where Narega is functional, the program is effective, the borrowing from informal money lenders has come down significantly, and financial inclusion has improved. One thing, let me mention that the payment of wages under this program is directly credited to the accounts of the beneficiaries, whether it is in banks or post offices. So 90 million workers' accounts are actually being operated under this program. So it's one of the largest financial inclusion programs in that sense. So if you see the IEG-CMI conducted by NCAI and University of Maryland also, you find that the impact of informal money lending has been significantly impacted by this program. Of course, its impact on education, on livelihoods, and other things have come out also in that survey. So I really won't like to say much. There are many challenges that program faces. At the moment, if I can mention, there are 3 key challenges we are trying to address. One is timely payment of wages still remains a huge problem, and that's one of the things that sometimes takes the workers away from the program to other sectors. So that's a key program because there are processes before the payment, and there are processes once the wage payment bill is generated. So both have to be tackled in a time-bound manner, and we have to work with the states, local governments, the layers and layers of that. But one intervention we are going to pilot for 1st January 2016 is that from the federal government through an electronic process, the workers' account will be directly credited. That will be operated in Kerala. So we hope to crack that problem and hopefully, and we have done some trial runs. Hopefully, from 1st April, this will be rolled out all across the country. So that's something both technologically and otherwise also quite, it's an exciting work that we're doing. The second key challenge is the quality of assets. That is something that a lot more needs to be done about improving the quality of assets. I think if you analyze the kind of works that which are being undertaken under this program, close to about 50%, more than 50% of the works actually relate to water conservation, drought proofing, natural resource management. But one of the finest example of this NREGA contributing to not only livelihoods but sustainable natural resource management I saw was in Madhya Pradesh and also parts of Jharkhand, both very, very poor states as you have mentioned. These are individual wells in the farmers' fields. These are not community wells. And about 100,000 wells have been, have been constructed under this program in Jharkhand, and about 300,000 wells have been constructed in Madhya Pradesh. And what we have found is that whenever the small and marginal farmers have acquired this asset under the program, they have, after a period of time, about a year or so, they've stopped coming to the board. So in a sense, if we can do that kind of thing, MG NREGA would be a self-limiting program. That's the true test of success of this program. So I think quality of assets need to be, is something that we need to do. But there are many, many good examples of good plant roads, avenue plantation, farm ponds, contributing to both agriculture and pisciculture. So they're very, very, a lot of horticulture in some parts of Odisha and Jharkhand also I've seen. So I think the quality of assets is something that needs to be improved much more. The third key challenge is what is the social accountability. We are spending a fairly large sum of budget allocation on this program. So legitimately the question arises, is there accountability under this program? So I think this process of social audit, which has been piloted, which has been successfully rolled out in states like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and also in the northeastern states of Sikkim, is the right mechanism to audit the spending under this program. So the citizens can directly see for themselves how every rupee that of taxpayers' money is being spent. So I think that's a very exciting work that is being done, and we are currently engaged in rolling out the social audit mechanism in all states. So I would not add any more to this program. Let me now briefly make my observations about the second project that you have taken up, the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. I think in the mid-90s, some of you are possibly, I think most of you would be aware of a work that Fan, Hazel and Thorat did about on the impact of roads on rural poverty. And so I think the work that was in, suppose you had $1 million, dollars or million rupees to spend. What is the best way you can spend so that it has maximum impact on rural poverty? And they looked at various things, whether it is rural electrification, roads, agricultural extension, subsidies, and I think that study did bring out that rural poverty. I think the maximum impact on rural poverty is produced by investment on rural goods. I think that study, I don't know whether it has been updated in terms of later data. I am not sure, but I think that did bring out that if you provide physical connectivity, I think it does open up the avenues for a whole lot of processes to bring that area out of the morass of poverty. That's the key lesson that came out of that. Isolation is a major issue. Whether isolation breeds also lots of other social issues. If you see if it brings in a sense of alienation also. So in this program also we have out of about close to 2 million habitations are expected to be provide connectivity under this program. No, sorry, 0.2 million. I think 200,000 villages habitations are expected to be provided connectivity under this program. So far, 140,000 habitations have been provided all weather connectivity. We hope to complete the task, the remaining the leftover task next by the central government has fixed a timeline. By 2019 March, we should complete this work. The impact of rural roads program has also been evaluated. In 2010-11, I think the ministry itself under the World Bank program did assign a study to Lee South Asia Associates, and that study is available. Subsequently, World Bank itself has undertaken some evaluation studies, and recently the ILO has also carried out some evaluation studies in 4 states. Again, the impact of the roads on and a range of socio-economic human development issues have been brought out, and the impact on health particularly has also been documented, and the findings that you have made are not out of sync with what has been made earlier. But more anecdotally, in my capacity as a field administrator, I have moved around in all parts of and many parts of India, also in Odisha, and I have seen the visible impact that good quality road connectivity has brought about in the area. One major thing that it has improved delivery of public services. If you have road connectivity, health services improve. The teachers go there. The midday meal is regular. The ICDS functions. So a whole range of public services delivery really registers significant improvement. I think if you see a dramatic improvement in institutional delivery today in the country, it's a major contribution is perhaps is on account of the good network of rural roads that has been built under this program, perhaps in some other programs also. So I perhaps would not like to say much. I do remember that the old John Denver song, Country Roads Take Me Home. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be here and hearing about this program. Let me first say a few words about the Norwegian Research Cooperation with India, because India, for us, it's one of the priority countries for research, and this program is part of over 125 million kroner program which the Research Council of Norway has for research in India, and we have all in all 9 projects under the social sciences in this. And for us, it's important when we try to identify the project, and before this process was said, this Alphabet taken by the embassy, it's important for the social sciences project to try to also to find projects which deals with very central elements of policy here in India, and certainly hard to find something more central than looking into these 2 very ambitious projects. And so for us, the ambition is both to increase the knowledge in Norway about the basic conditions in India, but also to inform the debate in India about the central elements of the politics. And it's also, I saw from the original draft of the program, the ambitions were to contribute to our understanding of the link from national economic growth to poverty reduction among different social groups in remote areas. Not a lack of ambition, I would say, and it's also good to hear actually that it's part of a much broader body of research on these two programs, because basically isn't this the ideal we want to have? I mean, on policy development, that you have continually outsiders looking into the effects of them, particularly when you deal with so complicated programs as you have here. And complicated clearly they are, because I also, as the secretary, very quickly read through the two papers we got, trying to find, as the bureaucrat, try to find the meat, where is the clear conclusion, where is something the politicians can take with them and go on with when they are looking into to how they eventually can adjust the programs. And of course, this was all done in fairly carefully worded academic language, but I think the main conclusions I took from it was that actually roads do lead to a decline in morbidity, as it said in the report, while the jury is somewhat out when it comes to the effect of the NREGS public works program, since it may seem to be a substitute for insurance. And I think that's, as I read the conclusions, they are careful and preliminary, and hopefully through the discussions you also have here, more insights could be but I think it also reflects, and it's interesting again as an outsider looking at it, reflects the complexity of the issues also facing the policymakers when they are trying to devise policies to deal with rural poverty in India. And as we all know, and you much more than me here in the room, is of course it's a key challenge for the further development of India is, of course, how we are able to, or India will be able to bring the rural poor into the modern economy, and also to develop the countryside. And it's so the way I read the studies from that point of view is that they illustrate really the complexities policymakers are facing here in these areas. And of course, the fact that there are complexities, of course, necessitates more studies, as it is also said, because it's final decisions are very hard to draw. I must say I'd like to read up one sentence which I think I will use in other speeches also, kind of when it comes to conclusions, because the one on the road actually is conclusive. Even if you want to be economists, they come up with some figures for reducing incapacitating illness with 0.46 days for each kilometer of road, which satisfies economists, at least when they read the results. But then, after having come up with some firm conclusions, it says that then again, getting to town easily, especially with more money in one's pocket, holds clear dangers of contracting various diseases, and an extra bottle or two of liquor can be bought locally and consumed at home. Investigating the full effects of providing poorer communities with all-weather roads will require a succession of refined surveys and much patience indeed. Clearly, obviously very interesting area, very important area, very hard to draw the conclusions. I wish you good luck with your workshop.
Professor Pradhan could not be here because of some family emergency, and on his behalf I would like to thank all the participants. Our sincerest thanks to Mr. Mahapatra, Secretary Rural Development, for kindly delivering the inaugural speech. You have given us a very clear exposition to the key challenges that the rural sector is facing today and the ongoing rural development programs. In the backdrop of this, it becomes easier for us to pursue our presentations on various aspects of the projects on agrarian contracts and rural poverty. We are grateful to Ambassador Mr. Kamswag for the kind motivation you have provided us to carry forward the workshop. In the midst of your busy schedule, you could come over to IEG in one part of the city from another part. We are very grateful to you. We are also extremely grateful to Mr. P.P. Mitra and Mr. Mishra, who would be chairing the first technical session and the second technical session, respectively, in the morning and in the afternoon. Magnus Hettelbach has been a great source of inspiration for giving us this opportunity to work together. Magnus, we would always remember you. And in fact, this is the second project that you have been pursuing with the Institute of Economic Growth. And in the second project, you involved several individuals from several parts of the country and also outside the country, Professor Clive Bell, and it has been a great opportunity to interact with all of you. Finally, to our director, Professor Panda, who has been very kind to facilitate the execution of this project. And IEG administration, academic administration, computer unit, they have been very cooperative to all of us, and we are very grateful. Thank you very much.
Hello, check 1. Hello.
Hello.
One by Professor Clive Bell and another by Dr. Obhiru Mukhopadhyay. Professor Clive Bell will be presenting his paper on rural roads and Professor Obhiru Mukhopadhyay on Narega. In fact, I had the opportunity to work in the Ministry of Rural Development, and both these programs are very important, particularly the rural roads. Our studies, our evaluation studies have shown that the spin-off effects have been multifold. I think Dr. Clive Bell would be projecting the health impact of the rural roads program. So without much ado, let me kind of request him to make his presentation. This session is up to 1 o'clock, so we will take 20 minutes each, and then maybe we can open the session for a discussion. human geographer and social anthropologist. If you read the paper, you will see some influence of her professional calling, but I'm afraid with these tables and whatever, you may think this is written by two economists. So let me begin. Some remarks. There is in fact an increasing amount of work on the relationship between transportation networks and various aspects of economic activity. There's very little on the relationship between either historically or in contemporary settings on the relationship between the extension of such networks and health. And so in this sense, we hope that we're making a small contribution. I don't need to say much about PMGSY to this audience. These numbers are slightly dated. As you heard from the Secretary this morning, about 70% of the planned villages now have an all-weather connection. And this is one of Asia's largest public sector investment programs. So PMGSY was conceived in the expectation and with the plan to draw India's rural population into the mainstream in three spheres. The commercial sphere, which is trade, with the use of inputs and outputs, in education, in ensuring that children could actually get to school, and as it turns out, more importantly, that their teachers turn up at school, according to many studies. And lastly, that villagers would have better access to health facilities and thereby enjoy better health. In fact, there's a good deal of literature on access. If you build a road, an all-weather road, then at any time of the year it's possible to get to a hospital or a primary health center, what have you. But what has not been studied, to our knowledge, is the outcome. So what ultimately matters is the change in morbidity and mortality that arises from the provision of the all-weather road. Establishing effects on mortality is very hard because one needs very large samples and a carefully designed set of experiments. But with morbidity, perhaps one has some chance, and that is what we're going to attempt to do today. So let me talk briefly about the surveys. This will also help, I hope, some of my colleagues who are going to present later. The original survey was conceived and designed by Van Dillen in 2000, 2001, and a number of survey rounds of the same households. So this is a panel of originally 240 households spread over 30 villages, 8 households per village, with essentially a spatial design, which is a geography. These households were resurveyed, or at least 236 of them could be retraced for a special survey in 2010, which was undertaken in connection with the World Bank loan to the Government of India in connection with PMGSY. It's one of the largest loan programs that the World Bank had ever approved. So this survey was undertaken as part of the evaluation for that loan proposal. And then there was the resurvey for the calendar year 2013, which was undertaken in connection with this project. We managed to track down 279 households of the original 240. Some households split, the sons marry, daughters leave, and so on and so forth. So this yields what? 1,291 individuals in 2009 and 1,300 odd in 2013. And then importantly, for the econometrics, 1,076 individuals who were surveyed both times. And this, the fact that the same individuals appear twice, at least 65% of the individuals appear twice, is something that can be statistically exploited. So the first thing is, let's look at the
self-reported levels of morbidity. So how is morbidity defined? It's defined as follows, that an individual, as reported by the respondent in the survey, was too sick, if an adult, to work, and if school-going age, to go to school. This is not unproblematic, because the poor may feel compelled to work even though they feel utterly miserable, just as miserable as a more affluent person, whereas the more affluent person stays in his or her bed. So it isn't as if we have a doctor who attended the surveyors, right, and ascertained whether each individual was reporting the same kind of thing. We have to make do with what we were told. So we classify these 30 villages into 3 groups. 20 villages had no connection at any stage, all weather connection, during this period, 2000 to 2013. 6 villages received a connection between 2004 and 2009, and 4 villages, 4 additional villages in the last period between the World Bank and IEG-CMI survey. One thing one can do is simply to look at the distribution, the group distribution of the reported levels of morbidity so measured. And what do we get out of this? There are 2 kinds of tests. There's simple chi-squared. A more reliable test is Kruskal-Wallis, because then there's no aggregation of the data, but they both lead to the same conclusion, that at conventional levels, there's no difference in morbidity, there's no difference in the distribution of the levels of morbidity among these 3 classes of villages in 2009. This is not the end of the story, but if we just do simple description statistics, this is what comes out of it. Now let's look at the same picture in 2013. And there's nothing doing here either. But one thing you may note, if you look at the total down at the bottom left-hand corner, you will see that the morbidity rate was much higher. Look at the zeros. 56% were not sick at all in 2009 and 74% in 2013. So what's going on? It can't be the roads. We've already classified the villages. So what did Lord Curzon say about Indian agriculture in the colonial period more than 100 years ago? Indian agriculture is a gamble on the road. Actually, the monsoon is a double-edged sword in this particular geoclimatic environment. Why? If it rains well, the crop is good. Then the mosquitoes breed, all the communicable diseases through moisture have free play. So what is a good year for agriculture is, without proper measures, preventive measures, a bad year for health. That's the story that comes out of this comparison. Interesting. The other thing that one can do then is, I'll go back one, just look at the we get a fundamental rejection of the null hypothesis. These distributions are completely different. So what we're saying is the monsoons in 2009 and 2013 had quite different background effects upon morbidity. So what we have to try to do is to disentangle this intermonsoonal effect, right? This background effect from the effect of the roads. Just to be brief, at a time you might be interested in the ailments. What we have done here is to rule out illnesses of a chronic nature, or those that preceded death. There were actually relatively few deaths, just a few cases. So that isn't a big loss. But people chronically sick with diabetes, or let it be said, in upland areas, alcoholism, whatever, these, to the extent they're treated, these are not recorded. So this table here records essentially acute episodes of illness and attributed by the respondents. That is to say, there's it could be that the respondents were reporting what they understood to be the diagnosis. Most people were treated, but everyone was treated. Doctors do make mistakes, but there it is. This is what was reported. So what do we see here? That communicable diseases are substantially responsible, overwhelmingly responsible for the disease burden in this area. So you have viral fevers, for example, very important, gastroenterological, diarrhea, and whatever, not so important, upper respiratory problems, influenza and colds, but malaria, particularly important, OBGYN, that includes childbirth, actually childbirth is the main contributor to OBGYN. I realize it may not be politically correct to call pregnancy an illness, but anyway, so we call it OBGYN instead. And lastly, there's another category, which is other, and this is a rag bag of things that go between a broken arm and toothache, right? So I think that's probably best left out. So what can we say here? Is there a difference then in the ailments that people suffered across these three categories of villages? And it just passes, yes, at the 5% level. And if you look at the rows, you can see that the villages that had an early connection between 2004 and 2009 seem to be particularly prone to malaria, right? 52.8% is the number in brackets. That's basically where most of the mileage is. And then we do the same thing for 2013, lower levels of morbidity. Again, the null is rejected that the patterns are the same across villages. In fact, I shan't have much to say about the ailments themselves. I'm only going to be concerned with aggregate morbidity. There isn't enough time to go into the individual ailments. And I'm not sure, actually, that I understand enough epidemiology to start modeling the incidence of the ailments. So let's then go to the aggregates. So here's the description once more of the numbers of villages. And then there's a very simple preliminary that one can do. Given this classification, never had a connection, had an early connection, or a late connection, one can ask, is there any difference in means then across categories? And all three means were lower in 2013 than in 2009. That's this background effect of the monsoon. I mean, 2009 was relatively rainy. 2013 was relatively dry. But what's interesting is that the fall in morbidity within groups across these 2 years varied somewhat. So if one does something really simple, just run a regression with villages, the categories, right? With the villages that never had a connection as the reference group, then it turns out that the fall in the early connected villages, S1, is significant at the 4% level with robust standard errors, but not with conventional standard errors. So perhaps there's a story there. Something seems to have been going on in those villages that got an early connection. Maybe it was a delayed effect. It took them a while to learn how to use the facilities, or there was some prevention going on or whatever. But why is this not the end of the story? Because there are other sources of variation over time. I mean, this is not an experimental station for plants in which you put the plants down in a plot, you give them the fertilizer that you want to give them, they can't move, they have to accept the fertilizer, they have to accept the water, whatever. People move around, right? Only 1,076 of these 1,400 individuals were present both times. So you've got people coming and going. And the second thing is that their personal and household characteristics were changing over this time. People get older in the course of time. Time's arrow goes in only one direction. Right? So they're more educated, or they're older, so they're more worn out. Or it's the case that what? That family structure has changed. So these other things are contributing to the falls in means that we're observing. That's why we need to dig a bit deeper. So for those of you who don't do econometrics, this is actually not as obscure as it looks. So the idea is the X in boldface is a set of characteristics of individual I, who's in village J, at time T. We've got two T's, one is 2009, one is 2013. And these are the things that we can actually measure. So these would be things like the individual's age, sex, education. The household characteristics would involve family size, its composition demographically, its ownership of land and livestock and other assets. Then there are characteristics of the village, right? So the village has or does not have an all-weather connection. It has a certain size. It is heavily forested or not heavily forested. It has a big population or a smaller population. Why does population matter? Because when communicable diseases are the main source of disease burden, the more people you have, the higher probability it is that any particular individual falls sick. People are dangerous for one another. Right? So smaller communities on the whole have lower, but all else being equal, have smaller burdens of disease because the vectors of disease and the agents of disease have a smaller pool to work with. Sometimes you just can't stop. So there are village characteristics of various kinds, also administrative, the block in which the village is located, and not just whether the village has a road, but in fact it will turn out that we describe the whole nature of the trip from the village to the hospital or the primary healthcare center. So this is a disaggregated and fine description of the journey that people have to make in order to get to a facility for treatment. All right? Now, then there are these other funny things at the end. We assume that individuals have permanent characteristics which we can't observe. Some individuals are genetically robust. So they have good immune systems. They don't feel sick. Then there are the village effects that we can't measure. So some villages are healthy, some are not healthy, but in ways that we can't observe directly through. Then there's the weather, WT. So I've already explained that 2009 and 2013 are different. We should allow for it. And lastly, there's this funny term at the end, that's white noise. The confession of ignorance. What does PMGSY do in practice? If a village has a length of track, maybe 3, 4, 5, up to 7 or 8 kilometers of track, which may be negotiable only by cart at best during the monsoon, sometimes not at all, sometimes cut off. What PMGSY does is to replace this track wholly with a direct connection, if there's a direct connection, by an all-weather road. In other words, villagers are able to get to the main network of roads by means of this public provision. So if we want the program effect, it's not So in some sense, there's a sense in which the cross-sectional estimates, taking the years separately, seem to yield even more promising results for the social impact of this than pooling the lot together. So I would regard the pooling results as being a reasonably reliable and conservative set of estimates. Now, then how much more time do I have? 5 minutes or so? Yeah, 5 minutes. So now the caveat. What have I been doing? What I haven't done, according to my distinguished colleagues who understand econometrics better than I do, is a proper allowance for so-called village fixed effects. That is to say, there are things that we can measure about villages, that is to say, the administrative block, the elevation, the degree of irrigation, the population size, and the amount of forested area. These are characteristics of the village that we can find and we have used as regressors. But maybe there are other things going on that we don't know about. Right? It's possible, very possible. In which case, one should try to control for them by using a different kind of estimation procedure. This yields, and I'll explain why, this yields estimates that are much less precise and not so happy. But I have to report them as an academic. So the idea here is that the idea that's employed here is the following. If you look at the individuals who appear twice, you just take the difference between their levels of morbidity in 2009 and 2013, and then run a regression essentially on the differences, right? So you get rid of all these fixed effects. What's the drawback to that? The only thing that's changing in the background is the fact that 4 villages got connected between 2009 and 2013. So my way of defending the results I presented earlier against this more agnostic set of findings is as follows. If you want to take all this seriously, what you're saying is the following. You're prepared to accept the evidence from a changing status of just 4 villages out of 30 between 2009 and 2013. That is the message that I want to bring over here, right? So it all looks much fuzzier, much less clear, but there's something. But the reason why we get the source of these particular numbers is the fact that these 4 villages alone are playing a role. Most of the other things are not changing. There are some changes in family relationships, right? Household split, people get a bit older, or so on and so forth. But these play a relatively minor role. They don't help out a lot. The only thing that comes out really clearly from this is the following. It's the seasonal effect, right? Look, we're right back to 18.6 percentage points by way of underlying morbidity. Where the duration is concerned, it's 2.5. So this is the last part of the story. I'm almost through, Mr. Chairman. Conclusions. I have to sum up, especially if I'm addressing policymakers, right? So, my preferred and reasonably conservative estimate, hedged by the fact that the village fixed effects estimates are fuzzy, but the preferred estimate is that for every kilometre of track that is replaced by a PNGSY or all-weather road, will reduce the probability of falling sick by 3 percentage points for each and every individual in that village. That's the community effect. And in the early stages of PNGSY, the connections were anywhere, they were longer, right? There was an algorithm that was used, and we find that in our data. The early connections between 2004 and 2009 involved connections of 7 to 8 kilometers. The more recent connections involve 3 to 4 kilometers, correspondingly smaller. So if you multiply 3.8, 3.6 percentage points per kilometer over 3 kilometers, then you get to about, what, 11 percentage point reduction in the underlying level of mobility, but that's large, relative to, as it were, as a generalized environmental mobility rate of 25% in a dry year, and even 45% in a wet year. The expected duration of sickness is lowered by almost half a day per kilometre. That's about 1.5 days, or 1.4 days over the current season. Again, for every person in the village. That's not small. Being sick is no fun. The auxiliary findings, which will be reported in a separate paper, but I think they're worth mentioning here just to round up. Many of you will be interested in intra-household allocation. I mean, do the women do worse than the men? Boys do better than girls, and so on and so forth. It's interesting. The reference case is the head of household. 95% are male, usually between the ages of 25 and 55, something like that. So controlling for their age and all the rest of it, we find the following. We find that children and grandchildren suffer less morbidity than the head of household. And spouses and daughter-in-laws suffer more. So in other words, it's not a bad thing to be a girl. But where morbidity is concerned, it's not such a good thing to be a spouse or a daughter-in-law. These things are obviously bound up with childbearing and what have you, or possibly just neglect. The other thing is caste, which I think must be discussed in this context. There are sort of three very large groups in this area of Odisha. There are the other backward castes, which are really the politically dominant and economically dominant group in this area. But there are also the scheduled tribes and scheduled castes. It's interesting that OBCs, controlling for everything else, enjoy lower morbidity, controlling for age, education, this, that, and the other. And they're more likely to go to hospitals for treatment. Again, controlling for access, this, that, and the other. What's interesting is that the household's material wealth, right, family landholding, or even the household's education and sex appear to have no influence on any individual's morbidity whatsoever, which may or may not be right, but that's what we found. Last remark, the ambassador kindly read out a couple of sentences from the conclusions of the paper. If one really wants to understand the effects of roads on health over the long haul, you need resurveys over a longish period. You can get reasonably good answers to the medium-term effects by perhaps resurveying once more in this area where more villages will have been connected with slightly different sorts of monsoonal conditions. But what about the long term? In the long term, the hope is that girls will go to school, being better educated, that they will be able to care for their children better, and therefore you're going to get long-term effects upon health, advantageous long-term effects on health through the provision of the roads. But you can't expect to substantiate that hope from surveys of this kind. They're too short. So somebody in government needs the patience and the foresight to begin this work now and to follow up steadily in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for that very interesting paper. I think it's a policymaker's delight is that a lot of pointers are there in this paper. And certainly, I think long-term implications would need to be monitored much more closely. Now, I request Dr. Mukhopadhyay to kindly make his presentation on malaria.
Thank you. Okay, so this is joint work with Clive, and so he's done all the hard work and then basically piggybacked on some of his hard work to kind of, well, not to check what he has done, but actually to make it relevant for a lot of us to understand, the way the rural economy works. So, of course, the motivation here is very simple, right? All these rural economies generally are very risky environments. We've heard about health problems, malaria, can have a bad harvest, and of course they affect consumption and investment decisions in rural households. Right? And one way, one coping mechanism in these environments is borrowing. But as we know, formal credit markets are not always deep. Informal credit markets work. We know that to some extent exploitative, but even they may not work always if you have the whole village suffers a shock. The money lender may not have money to give you. So in these kind of settings, one can think of an income guarantee, which I will argue is something that NREGA is. Um, it can be a substitute, albeit a superior one. Superior one because in some sense you don't have to pay the high interest rate that you have to pay the money lender. But as you will see in this, as we analyze this, that it may reduce borrowing as well as raise borrowing depending on the purpose of borrowing. Okay? And this is the important point because just an hour ago we were, we were told that well, NREGA seems to lead to less borrowing, right? So what we are going to actually point out is that a statement like that needs to be much more nuanced to actually, in some sense, to actually tell you what is happening. So given NREGA, which is like an income guarantee, and this requirement rationale for borrowing, the natural question is, what is the interplay between borrowing and income guarantee? So, whatever we're going to talk about, especially Clive's model, is much more general than NREGA. The components of it are much more general than the specifics of the program. But we are going to actually look at the specifics because to give some context and of course the importance of NREGA itself. So the Mahatma Gandhi NREGA is similar in spirit to an income guarantee. For those who don't know, the idea is that in principle households can get 100 days of work at a predetermined wage. So any household can self-select, right? You want work, 100 days of work, in principle you can ask for that work. Payments are largely concentrated in lean season. This is another thing that was mentioned in the morning. As well as first few months of the year, the timing is predictable. So why I point this out is that why it's like an income guarantee, because it seems that you kind of know when most people will get it, and you know that in principle you can go and get it whenever you want. So it's there. The opportunity to work is there. Okay, so our research question is, how does an income guarantee like NREGA impact borrowing given the seasonal nature of agriculture and shock? So at the back of it is all the seasonality, right? The fact that you have harvest, there are health shock, you get malaria, all these kind of things, right? So, so we want to study what is the impact of borrowing, impact on borrowings in response to shocks like health, death, or you may just want to smooth consumption. And so, what does consumption smoothing mean? It means that later in the year, I'm going to get a certain amount of money, and essentially I want to figure out a way of consuming more now. So one way you can do is just borrow more now and pay it off when you get this transfer later. So this is the basic idea behind what's consumption smoothing. But of course, that's not the only reason why you may borrow, right? So you may borrow to fund investment. So typically you require agricultural inputs at the beginning. Figure out what it gets you at the end, but the end is not known because the harvest may be good, may be bad. So this is important, important consideration that you may need to think about. Okay, so what do we do? Well, we develop a theoretical model that extends a lean season, peak season idea, which is famous paper. We accommodate the prevailing seasonal pattern of activities, mobility, borrowing. So while there's a generality to the model, actually in some sense it's set up to capture specificities of just the part of the world that we have surveyed through research. It deals with consumption smoothing and investment. It allows borrowers the possibility of default, and that's important because you will see in a bit that when you have to pay, you can always say no, I'm not going to pay. Okay, I've got this loan, I won't pay. And this possibility, that this possibility exists when you're borrowing, and these have implications and so on, and the model will take into account that, right? And then of course the model will do some, will give us insights on how this sure income, which is this particular NREGA, in this context, what effect it would have on borrowing. And then we are going to take the insights of the model to data. So you've already heard about the data set. And we are going to look at the impact of the participation and total number of days of work in NREGs on borrowing for purchasing food, meeting the cost of illness, death, which we will define as consumption loans. So that's one part. And the other is we're going to look at funding working capital for cultivation, which we are going to call production loans. Okay. Of course, the decision to work on NREGA is, I mean, not everyone wants to work on NREGA, right? So it's a decision. So this is a decision which will depend on, aspects of the household, which we may not always be able to measure everything, right? So this is what's called endogeneity. So we'll have to figure out a way of taking care of it. So we have to take care of the problem that there may be omitted things about the household that we don't observe that affect its participation in NREGA, but at the same time also affects its credit behavior and borrowing, right? So whatever relationship we may notice between NREGA and borrowing may be determined by the third thing that we can't measure. And so that's the problem that we will have to try to address. Okay, so I'm going to describe the model very briefly because Clive understands this model much, but I understand it, but he knows the nitty-gritties of this model more than I do. Each period consists of 3 seasons. So think of the year divided into 3 seasons, and I'll explain exactly how. Each income has a random component psi. You take a loan in season 1, so we call it K, so K1, and you have to pay it back at the beginning of the next season, right? And at that point, you may decide to roll it over, might decide to take another loan and pay it off. So that can be rolled over. Income in season 1 and the loan, if any, consumed in that season. So we don't allow for storage. All outstanding debt, however, must be retired out of income at the end of season 3. So that at the end of the the period that we are considering, you have to return the money or you default, right, with its consequences. There's an interest rate, borrowers have preferences that take into account this uncertainty of future income. So the way I'm going to give you a flavor, it's not going to be specifics of anything, right? So think the argument kind of goes in the following way. So consider a borrower in good standing who borrows some amount K. So in the first period, there is this random component, this psi 1. Then there is a certain component, we think of it like NREG's income, which is this eta 1. And then there is borrowing, right? So you can fund your consumption in season 1 out of this, this random part, this sure part, and with the borrowing, right? But if you borrow in the next period, C2, right, you have to pay back, which is R times K1. The R is the interest rate plus the principal. But you could fund that out of borrowing again, which is given by K2, which is the second season borrowing. And of course, there are other things like your uncertain income in that period and your certain income like an NREG's income in that season, right? So that's the second period, the second season. And then at the end of the the 3 seasons, you have to pay back. So at that point, you have 2 choices. You can default or not default. If you decide to pay back, then of course you have to pay back R times K, so the interest and the principal on what you borrowed in the second period, then the uncertain part of income and the certain part of income. So remember, the person who's making the choice doesn't know how the seasons will unfold. So he has to figure out what part of his income is going to be certain that he kind of has a good idea about, but there will be some other parts which maybe not. For example, think of this as harvest income, right? At the beginning of the season, you have to think about what your harvest income is going to be. That's necessarily going to be uncertain. And of course, you have the option that that if you don't repay, then you just consume your uncertain income and your certain income, right? So that's C3. And what we assume is that the agent who does not borrow obtains just uncertain. So there is no borrowing. So it's just the uncertain income and the certain income over the 3 periods. Okay. So the argument works like this. So it works backwards. So when an agent is thinking about, so what would happen at the end of season 3? So you have to choose a plan, right? So you have to plan in advance. So now we have to anticipate what's going to happen at the close of season 3. So if you default or not default, well, if you default, you get a certain stream of consumption that's given by your scenario where you don't borrow at all. So we assume that you're shut out of borrowing if you don't repay. Okay, and then with continuation value VA, let the value of the optimal plan ex ante, so remember that these uncertain parts are unknown, right?
So you want to calculate in some sense what is the best plan, and there are some parts which are uncertain, there are some parts which are certain, and you want to form a plan contingent on these things, right? And so you're going to follow this backwards. If you follow this, if you argue this backwards, think about season 3. So let's say that at the close of season 3, this uncertain part is known. You've already taken a loan of K2, so you have to pay back RK2, and then you have to decide whether to pay or to default or not default. And we can kind of figure out what would be the threshold level of, for example, harvest income or any other uncertain part at which you would agree to repay or you would default, right? So so where we are thinking, just thinking processes, we're thinking, right, what would happen if I had this, and would I default at that time? And then I will follow that logic backwards to see what would happen. That's the whole argument in this model. So let me just talk briefly about some of the intuition of the results in this model. So you would do that for season 3, then you would do for season 2 and season 1, folding the model backwards in the way you're thinking. The way we think about any of these results is thinking about these changes of NREGA as certain components of it. Right? So what would happen if you earn a little more and you know that you can earn a little more? Right? What would be the impact on the borrowing? Okay, so the arguments are of this particular nature. So if there's a slight increase in eta 2, which is a certain part, think of this as index income. This will induce the agent to borrow less because, of course, you have more certainty. This will decrease repayment in season 3 because remember you don't have to borrow less, so you have to pay back less. This will increase consumption in season 3, given any level of uncertain income theta 3. Okay, so we try to figure out what would happen if you move one component of the certain amount of income. Another marginal increase. So if you think about an increase in NREG's income or provision of work in season 3, this will induce more borrowing in season 2 and increase consumption. So it's basically that. So the idea of consumption smoothing everywhere is basically the idea that if you are able to consume more in one season, you think about, well, is there a way to kind of shift my consumption so that I equalize my marginal benefit of consumption in both seasons, right? So some way of moving, some income in some sense from one season to the other, and one way to do that is through borrowing, right? And so if you have more of income in season 3, of sure income, this will induce more borrowing in season 2 and increase consumption in season 2. So these have all these interseasonal effects, right? An increase in K1, for example, which is borrowing in season 1, will increase debt repayment in season 2, which will reduce consumption if nothing else happens. However, in this model, there's possibility of rollover of debt with new borrowing in K2, which will increase because you can roll it over, right? And so there are implications of this on consumption and consumption speed. So what does default bring into this, right? So the prospect of default will bring in arguments like this, that a similar argument that you saw just earlier, right? So increase will reduce the probability of default. There'll be a prospect of higher consumption in season 3, makes borrowing in season 2 more attractive as before. But there are other things. So there is an opposing force as well, because the agent will repay for more adverse realizations of the shocks, because he can deal with worse shocks in the end of the third season. And then the agent may not want to make greater borrowings in season 2 to begin with, right? And so there are opposing forces, but you can show that under reasonable assumptions, as a matter of fact, around the optimum, the former effect will dominate. Right? So there are other results which actually have important empirical implications. So each period, borrowing is decreasing in contemporaneous transfer. So if you think about NREX, it will affect it negatively. Increase in sure income in season 1 will reduce borrowing in season 1 and indirectly reduce borrowing in season 2. Right? So you don't do rollover thing, you have to less. So if you have more income in period 1, you take less borrowing. In the next period, the borrowing is basically roll over the borrowing, right? So you borrow to pay the borrowing. So you have to do that less. So it will have the same impact. Other effects are ambiguous, and that's truly an empirical question, which way they will. Now, I only talked about a model where the only thing you were doing is basically borrowing and smoothing consumption, and there was some uncertainty. Now, introduce to this model the prospect of production. right? And I'll briefly mention the idea of production. So you have to make outlays on inputs, right? And this is usually in season 2. This is the planting season where you plant. Uh, so so what happens is that, you know, out of in your consumption, now your consumption is lower by that amount X, which you have to spend buying seeds and other working capital. But what does that X get you? Well, at the end of season 3, of course, there is an uncertain part of your income which generates an idea of what your future income would be or your output would be. So this X affects that, right? So if you invest more in working capital, on an average, you may expect, you know, higher output, at least higher gross income, right? And so essentially you can make investments to basically have better outcomes in the future or affect the distribution of probable incomes at the end of season 3, right? So season 3 is where the harvest time is. So if you have invested in fertilizers and in pesticides and various kinds of other things, this will affect the outcome in the future. Of course, you don't know exactly what it is, but you know that you're affecting it in a positive manner. So that's the extra thing that is there in production. So we can show that under plausible assumptions, both borrowing and outlays are increasing in transfers in the first 2 periods, right? So essentially, the idea is that let me put this right. The idea is that essentially, if you can invest in some sort of, think of it like a technology, right, which is going to make your thing, which is going to give you higher returns on an average, or affects the distribution of the average of the output in the future. This is going to make it more likely that you actually borrow for it, right? So the investment motive of it, you will want to take in more risky investments, right? And well, not really risky, but investments that would affect the distribution of returns in the future. So this is slightly different from what you saw earlier, right? Earlier was basically a pure thing about where there's no investment, everything is just to defray or to deal with these shocks, or to how to distribute the NREG's income to smooth it over time. So what the implications does this have in empirical work? So what we are going to do is we're going to classify loans as consumption loans and production loans, and I'll explain why. For households that don't cultivate, borrowing can be interpreted as consumption loans because there is no production decision. So for households that cultivate, outlays are going to be production loans taken in season 2, because of course in addition there will be consumption because they can also be hit by similar shocks, and that's also there in the model. From the model, it is clear that the impact of NREGs on total borrowing cannot be a priori sign. Indeed, and this is something I would like to point out to Mr. Mahapatra, indeed doing so may not even be meaningful, because as you can see, depending on the purpose of the loan, this can basically go either direction. If you start adding the total borrowing and trying to figure out if households are more indebted or less indebted, depending on NREGs, this model tells you that it could go either direction depending on whether you want to take production loans to change your technology, or you want to weather the shocks coming from, you know, consumption smoothing and health shocks. So indeed, one has to be more nuanced when one does empirical analysis if you think about the model this way. Okay, so data set you've already explained. Let's not explain. Okay, so these houses are indebted. 50% of the households borrowed in 2013 is the data set that we're going to use. 43% did so consumption and production loans as we defined, right? You can see there's a very seasonal character to this, right? So these spikes are these agriculture inputs, the working capital. So that's right in June, July when you plant. Then if you see these ones are all medical loans. So you can see there's a monsoon. So in consistent with Clyde's idea that these are all these malaria, virus, and stuff like that. So this happens this way. So why I point this out is, often when people think about purpose of loans, they think loan is kind of you can just fungible, you can just whatever you may call a consumption loan, production loan, and so on and so forth, because in a household you just take a loan. It doesn't matter for what purpose. But indeed, by just looking at the timing, you can make out precisely that these are loans for these particular purposes. So in our model, in the empirical work, we are going to define this as season 1, March to June. This is also the time you will see later that where NREGA it works in a big way. Season 2 will be the time when you have production in a big way. That's season 2, and then months from November to February is basically going to be season 3. Okay, that's how we're going to define this particular thing. So if you analyze we're going to analyze borrowings from March 2013 to December. Right? We have data for a calendar year. 27% of all households took consumption loans, 22% took production loans, There's little overlap, which means in some sense that there's different kind of households. These two borrowings account for 80% of total amount borrowed. So there are other kinds of borrowings that you can do which don't come under our model. We don't analyze them, right? But we are analyzing the substantial chunk of borrowing that's happening. On an average, in this period, the mean consumption loan is 8,240 rupees, and production loan is 13,000. So I mean, these are people do take, and these loan amounts not small. Money lenders leading sources of consumption credit, 50%. We have SHGs and banks. Money lenders also account for 43% of loans for production, though the formal banking sector does have a largest role here, 48% giving such loans. Now, NREGs, right? So 29% of our households participate in NREGs. Remember, working in NREGs is completely optional, but there's one part that is of NREGs that's important, that while in principle you can ask for work has to be supplied, right? And it's not always the case, as people have observed, and we will use that to some extent, that work is available when people want to work. This is well chronicled in many places. The average number of days among all households is 14, but among those who actually work on NREGs, that's about 49 days. So people do work and work for 49, 50 days on NREGs. As was pointed out earlier, one problem with NREGs is this delay in payment and so on and so forth. So actually eliciting information about when people work is not so useful. The model works in some sense on when payment will come, right? And when payment will come, for that we just plot the village level monthly distribution of NREG payments, and you can see that large chunk of NREGs payments happen in season 1, March to June, and then there's another December, January, where a lot of payments come. So irrespective of when people work, people know that they're going to get money at this time, and they're going to get money between December and January. Okay, so brief descriptives basically say that the total amount of loans. So this is basically households who work in NREGs, and these are households who don't work in NREGs. And this one is just this minus that. So you can see that the mean is 981 for those who work on NREGs. The mean is 2,720 for those who don't work on NREGs, and that difference is 1,700. So just raw kind of numbers say that there's a raw difference. But remember, the households that don't work on NREGs could be very different, right? And so we will need to account for all these other differences when we do our work. Another interesting thing is that the total amount of production loan goes not statistically different. Basically says that it goes the other way in terms of production loans. Those households that work on NREGs take about 3,400 rupees as loans, and those who don't take 2,600 to 790. Okay, so we come down to, so what is the basic problem in doing this comparison? NREGs is a decision, and households which work on NREGs are not necessarily the same as households who don't work on NREGs. So this comparison may be a completely invalid comparison. So the way we want to deal with this is to basically think about a large number of controls, a large number of other variables we need to control for in multivariate analysis. So what we are modeling is basically, we are going to model whether you borrowed or not, and later how much you borrowed. I is a household, B is the village you live in, B is the block you live in. We are going to J is going to be the type of load, consumption or production. So as I said, L is 0, 1, whether you borrowed or not. We also consider the amount. NREGs here basically we measure but whether the household worked on NREGs or not, but later we are going to even look at number of days of NREGs work. Just quick. So obviously, to account for the differences between households, we need to take into account the caste, the amount of land, whether you have BPL card, your size, how many adult members, what's your average age of your household, the years of education of the most educated person, bouts of acute illness, and so on and so forth. Then there are other controls at the village level, because remember, we are comparing households. They may be living in very different villages. So the total area of the village, the proportion of village irrigated, total number of households registered for NREGs, development quartiles based on access to various facilities, the distance to block headquarters, distance to panchayat office, population, whatever, the village level development and geography controls. We haven't talked a lot about the structure of the credit markets, but in the empirical analysis, we are going to throw that in. Distance to the nearest formal credit, commercial bank, whether the village has a SHG, the concentration of land ownership. So if you have only a few number of small, big landlords, you expect that they're going to be monopolistic. They're going to basically, charge high, ration the amount of credit that you have. So we are going to do all comparisons within the same block. So we're going to compare individuals who work on NREGs or not within the same block, and technicality. However, even after controlling for all that, remember NREGs is a decision, right? It's not like I randomly assign you to NREGs and you to not. So it's not still clear that actually even accounting for all that whether this comparison between a non-NREGs worker and NREGs household is indeed valid. So what we are going to do is we are going to use this idea that now what can affect the implementation? There are many things. And we find it. Even though that may be the case, there are many, many examples. People have found that so we lecture that. Now, if surplus seat is reserved for a woman, that has got a negative impact on a household taking part in NREX by 39 percentage points. And then once we take this into account, the households which participate in NREX are 25%, 0.25 less probable to take consumption loans, but 60% more probable to take production loans. Right? So it's just the other way, just as we said. If you look at any loan, which is just the union of these two, consumption and production, you see you get no result. That's because these things go in a different direction, right? So if you just look in a very non-nuanced kind of coarse manner on just borrowing, you may not get any impact because things go in the opposite direction. Okay, but what about the quantitative effect, right? So the NREX rate at this time was about 147 rupees in this particular state. We find that for every day of work that you do on NREX, which gives you 147 rupees, your consumption loans fall by 70 rupees. So you're using almost half the amount of, you're reducing your borrowing by about half the amount of what you earn on a day from NREX. Right? So that's the kind of the amount of effect that we're thinking about. But in contrast, you see the impact of a production is many, many times larger. So it's almost double, right? And so why is this double? Because once you can now, you have this working capital you want to borrow, to in some sense, some sort of technology or seeds or whatever, to change the distribution of outcome later, you can take you can basically borrow and you take loans from your own thing, take a more risky position. And therefore, the actual amount of borrowing you may take may actually be much larger than what you get from NREX. Right? So complementary, you can put in complementary money with the NREX payments to invest in something that may get you better returns. As we said, this is a seasonal model, so we can actually also test seasonally. If you just look at season 1, which is the roughly the lean period, it's about 130 rupees less borrowing from 1 day more of conveyance work. Similarly, for borrowing, there's 138 rupees more borrowing in season 2, which is the planting season, on production loans. Okay, so production loans go up. Now, there are many other things can be different. So you could be households with different outstanding loans, control for that, nothing else. Just check this coefficient. This is what we get. This is our main result, 0.25 and 0.61. And then we throw in other things to measure other aspects. So there could be outstanding loans, flooded, nothing happens. For some reason, there's also PMDS5 going, so distance to the nearest, all the other roads may be different, which causes other kinds of things. You control for that, this coefficient is still the same. Right? So that doesn't. So what we're trying to say is that our results are not affected by controlling for other things you may think may cause us difference. Finally, let's control for all the expenditures and all other schemes that usually happen at the village council level. So the finance commission funds, Harish Chandra schemes is for funerals, Indira Awas Yojana is for housing, KUD scheme, old age pension scheme, disability scheme. All these are things that the person can control and spend. You collect information on the expenditures on them. You control for that, nothing moves. Everything is exactly the same, both in terms of the probability of taking consumption loans as well as the probability of taking production loans. So what we're trying to say is that it's not the other things that are actually giving you the effect. Even if you control for all the other things that Sarpanch does, that's not what is driving. It is indeed what the person does in NREX that is driving the society. Okay? So to conclude, income guarantees, as we've said, we looked at them in the environment of risk. We have developed a model of consumption smoothing, developed the insights to study the impact of NREX on borrowing. To repeat the results, this decreases borrowing to smooth consumption and increases borrowing to production. So what is the implication of this? It means that, if you look at national sample survey data or some other kind of data set, if you don't look at them very carefully, and you just look at total debt or borrowing of the household, you may even see them rise with NREX depending on what kind of loans these households are taking, right? So it's important for us to have a more nuanced view to be able to actually evaluate the impact of NREX. And ultimately, of course, welfare analysis is an analysis based on consumption, how much people consume, right? It's not borrowing is a way to consume, right? To move money between seasons.
But however, note that the volumetric impact of NREGs is less than the associated net income transfer. So if you transfer 147, that's not the impact of NREGs, because it's displacing, for example, consumption loans is displacing a mechanism that already works, which is borrowing, right? So if it substitutes, then the actual impact of NREGs is the impact, the fact that there's some borrowing has to be taken into account when you evaluate NREGs, right? So it's substituting, it's replacing a particular mechanism which is already there, which is borrowing, right? So, however, the impact of NREGs is larger if it induces borrowing. So you can take into account the fact that this is complementary to borrowing, the borrowing, right? So if you do a final welfare analysis, you need to account to figure out which way does NREGs move, what borrowing increases, substitute, complement, and so on and so forth, to be able to finally come down to an answer. Last point. This is a very small sample, right? So whenever I present these kind of papers, there are two comments. One, is it true for India? I don't have much to say about that. However, there's a model. The model is not specific to research. The model is specific to large situations which are there everywhere in India. Right? Second, are we saying anything else of any policy implications? Right? I think we are. I think the fact that you're talking about borrowing as if there is one monolithic thing for borrowing, it's important here to differentiate. And only if you differentiate will you be able to actually give an answer saying whether NREGs is doing well or worse in terms of trying to change inheritance. How do we inherit because we make investments? And that you need to take into account when you make a comment whether what kind of impact it has. So I think it's a much more fundamental kind of implication on how you think about this kind of sure guaranteed income and borrowing. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for this paper. I think we'll reserve these questions for lunch. So we will end this technical session. The NREGA paper did bring out the issue of borrowings. Dr. Mukhopadhyay has rightly pointed out. I think the composition of borrowings is very important, whether the borrowings are going for consumption or production. So the impact on NREGA seems to be that the NREGA beneficiaries seems to be taking production loans, kind of improve their resource base and to earn their livelihood. I think that's a positive kind of signal. But then I'm a little curious about the point which he has made about the women panchayat, the sarpanches. Maybe inexperience, maybe the past structure, whatever. But he says that eventually they kind of become more experienced, and that's an issue which I think would need to be investigated further, because I think this point probably would be challenged. I think so you need to be little more kind of solid on that. Thank you.
Dr. Mishra shares a lifelong association with Agriculture Research Services, Indian Council for Agriculture Research. At ARS, he has been associated with several projects, including agronomy of pulses and pulses-based cropping systems, and watershed management, and land use planning, research management in natural resource, and climate-resilient agriculture. His continuous output of books, articles, lectures, and speeches in the field of academics has won him several prestigious awards, including Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and University Gold Medals for academic excellence in UG, PG, and doctorate levels. Best papers by Indian Society of Agronomy and ISPRD. He has in his name more than 110 publications, including policy and research papers. And we are very grateful.
Thank you very much. I think in this session we have three presentations. One by Dr. Mitra, then of course head of department, and third is with Magnus and in fact, when I received the invitation from Dan, I find it very interesting in the sense that in agriculture we are looking some sort of arrangement that some population of agriculturists should either move out from agriculture to provide some ease to natural resources, or otherwise suitably complemented with the employment generation programs, so that the distress in agriculture is reduced to some extent. And that's why I am very much thankful for inviting me and also sharing my views, which will follow after the presentations. But before I want to listen to the three speakers, how they have gone through the projects and what are the various findings they have got, especially in the KVK districts, which I think would be the core of the presentation, where there have been chronic problems of drought-related distresses, and then there are a number of social issues related to tribals in that very district. Having said that, I also imagine and I also hope that the presentations will come out with a very concrete suggestions what would be the next step, having achieved through the number of developmental programs, be it Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program or the PM Sadak Yojana, and also if there are several other programs. So I invite the presentation from the three speakers. And I will request that confine to your presentation for 15 to 20 minutes. Leave the floor for discussion at least for 10 minutes, so that the limited audience, whatever we are having, they can interact with the outcomes and also with the speakers, and then we will move forward. So with these words, I request that the first presentation by Dr. Mitra may be made. Thank you.
Migration and livelihood issues. These are both are co-authored with Professor Vasant Pradhan, and since Professor Pradhan could not be here due to some emergency on the family front, I would be making presentation for both the papers. Instead of going into the technical details, I will primarily focus on major findings of the paper, and of course briefly I will talk about the methodology, so that one knows that what kind of framework we have used to deduce these findings. Now, the sources of livelihood and intertemporal mobility, here basically we are referring to the income of the interspatial mobility. That would come in the second paper. How the low-income households survive in the rural areas is an important question, and whether contractual arrangements actually help sharecroppers over time overcome crisis or perpetuate their meager earnings is a very pertinent. And here, when we talk about contractual arrangements, it would sort of refer to a wide range of issues. It can be land contract, it can be credit contract, it can be marketing contract, etc. So we are using this concept agrarian contract in a very general sense, which is inclusive of all these contracts or some of these contracts. Now, the other issue that I want to pick in this context is your multiple sources of life. How one particular source of income is to provide adequate subsistence. You have to take recourse to a wide range of the work both and or a couple of secondary status livelihood opportunities. Now, I wouldn't go into the details of the literature survey, but when we talk about mobility, is very important to distinguish between mobility at the macro level and at the micro level. At the macro level, for example, the LPI index, it tries to look at the inequality aspect, it tries to look at the growth aspect, and also the overall development indicators, etc. By taking inequality earnings elasticity in the vertical axis. Now, is studied in terms of occupation and income, though the latter indicator is widely used. So in this study, we will briefly talk about the occupational mobility, but largely we will be focusing on income mobility. Now, the Fields study particularly talks about 5 basic approaches to income mobility. The time dependence measures the extent of change in one's current position determined by the past position. Positional movement, which gauges changes to an individual's position in the income distribution. Share movement, which captures changes in the share of income. Symmetric income movement, which identifies the magnitude but not the direction of movements. And directional income movement, which weighs fraction of upward and downward movers. By and large, followed this sort of this income directional approach, that to what extent and how many workers have experienced a rise in income over time relative to those who have not experienced any increase. So those who have not increased, those who have undergone a decrease in their income, and those who have remained same in the income bracket are sort of clubbed in one category. Now, in underdeveloped agriculture, individuals are likely to take recourse to various sources of livelihood as inadequacy of income propels them to do so. However, this situation may be changing, and also this may be changing over time. So 2 time points that we have considered in our analysis for this 2009 and 2013. And of course, we would also like to bring out the interseasonal differences. So over time, with improvement in irrigation facilities and land distribution, agriculture may become profitable, and dependence on multiple sources to earn a livelihood may not be necessary. On the positive side, some people may be accumulating some surplus income, and hence it may be profitable for them to invest in other sources, and hence accessing multiple sources of income may not necessarily be treated as a residual activity or sort of a marginal situation. Structure of the paper. We try to understand the sources of livelihood in section 2, and then we bring out the seasonal and the long-term changes in livelihood patterns. We move on to the occupational choice and income function, and in the section 4, occupational and income mobility across seasons and over year are estimated, and finally we talk about the multiple sources of livelihood. Why people take recourse to multiple sources of livelihood. These are the broad categories of employment that we have followed in the paper: agricultural labor, cattle rearing, forest production, collection and cultivation, NREGA workers, non-agricultural labor, which includes your factory workers, construction workers, etc. Those who are not working, and then services, which include trade, transport, and community social and personal services. Now, actually, the question here was open-ended. So, from the individual listing, we sort of worked out these broad categories. First of all, what we get to see that many of the activities do not help on a wage income, partly because the workers are into self-employment. And also wage disparities across some of these activities are very, very significant. The growth rate in real wages over 2009 and 13 is mostly sluggish. In fact, the wage rate for agricultural labor in this, as per this survey result, declined over the years. Though this is not confirmed from the survey of agricultural survey results reported in the agriculture situation in India by the Ministry of Agriculture. The average is worked in the occupation increased in a number of job categories, both during the Rabi and the Kharif seasons. However, in secondary occupations, the number of days declined over time, indicating the fact that the rise in the number of working days in primary occupations tends to enhance their total income. which in turn reduces the compulsion to work in secondary jobs. This is sort of at a very broad level indicative of some upward mobility, in the sense that the overall household income has increased in spite of a sluggish growth in wages per day. In favor of occupational mobility, however, evidence is rather limited. Most of the job holders seem to have been working in similar activities over the years, though there are some changes pertaining to the secondary jobs. From all this, it may be concluded that the areas included in our survey have not undergone any major economic change, which may have resulted variations in the primary sources of livelihood. Now, pertaining to this occupational choice function, income function, occupational change function, change in income function, and multiple sources of livelihood function, our key variables are land holding, educational categories that we have generated in terms of certain W's, illiteracy being the control group, and agrarian contract. I have defined what exactly I mean by agrarian contract, household size, age, gender. Now, there are certain econometric issues. I will come to that. The occupational choice model is estimated on the basis of a multinomial logic framework. And as you know, the coefficients are not directly in a multinomial logic framework. So we are referring to the marginal index. The results tend to show that agrarian contract raises the probability of joining job categories, some of the job categories like forest product collection, non-agricultural labor, services, while it reduces the probability of not working. So you cannot afford to have the pleasure of not working if the agrarian contract is binding on that particular household. With an outstanding agrarian contract, it is unlikely that the household head or other members of the household would remain outside the job. Landholding raises the probability of joining job categories like 1 and 2 and reduces the probability of being agricultural labor who are mostly landless. While agrarian contract compel workers to look for more lucrative jobs, larger landholding releases some of the household labor to look for jobs outside the family cultivation, like construction or non-agricultural labor. Education raises the probability of being in services and also being in non-agricultural workers. That many of the service sector jobs are preferred by the relatively educated ones is indicated here. Though the phenomenon of educated being in residual jobs like forest product collection is also not ruled out. Again, an individual with education is unlikely to remain as a non-worker. Similarly, individuals from a larger household size are less likely to remain outside the job market. Though the popular belief is that largely women participate in this NREGA scheme, our survey data is indicative of the fact that men in relatively slack seasons are more likely to show up for NREGA, while in relatively preoccupied seasons, this program remains mostly unutilized. In the Rabi season, which falls towards the end of the financial year, the initiatives under this scheme usually are taken up hurriedly, else the funding has to be returned to the government. So in the Rabi season, you get to see that the participation in the NREGA program is very, very frequent. March. Right. It's primarily. Yeah. Right. You know, towards February, March. Actually, the survey was undertaken for 2 different seasons in 2 different years, 2009 and 12. And I guess the survey sort of covered the entire Rabi season and not necessarily. It is different. Okay. Now, in the income function, what happens that if you are, if you will have to have the occupational damage. Now, since in the first stage you are estimating, I define the agrarian contracts. I refer to the land contract, the credit contract, the marketing contract, different types of. Yeah, we have clubbed them together. If any household has said yes for any type of contract, then it is income. So one may be having one, just one, or more than one agrarian. And in the income function, obviously you will have to have the occupational dummies. But then in the occupational choice, you are actually estimating that why a person is in activity X and in activity Y. So in the income function, those occupational dummies involve certain endogeneity. So in order to overcome that endogeneity, we need to have some kind of estimates for dummies. Now, the paper by Borguignon and others, they argue that one way of overcoming this endogeneity is to consider the probabilities that which you estimate occupational choice on, and then insert those estimated probabilities in the income, or later again in the income ability. But again, there is a criticism to this, that when you are considering the estimated probabilities, you are not able to consider the whole phenomenon. Only part of the phenomenon which is being estimated by the choice model is getting inserted. So the other alternative is the bootstrapping, etc. But anyway, we have not done the second method. We have pursued the first. From the results based on these income function, gender and agrarian contract are seen to reduce the wage income earned per worker over the season. Women workers receive lower wages than the males. In our analysis, agrarian contract includes labor, tenancy, marketing, and credit contracts. And our findings verify that contractual arrangements are associated with negative outcomes. For example, with a credit contract, the compulsion to repay forces individuals to accept jobs without exploring much in the labor market. Those with larger land holding are better off in terms of income. Some of the activities which show a statistically significant effect include energy and non-agricultural labor. Now, here I would also add a footnote that income was not reported for all the categories, particularly those who are in cultivation, that is self-employment in the agriculture sector. So we have carried out certain kind of approximation. Those who are in, the agricultural labor in the neighborhood, their wages are taken as a proxy for the self-employed workers in the agriculture. Employment in terms of agricultural labor reduces income. Further, education reduces the income, indicating the fact that the rural areas do not offer suitable jobs to the educated ones, and as a result, they may be explore more to find the job of their desire. In order to spend greater time of search, the income tends to decrease. To rationalize the negative relationship between education and income. But why the income is lower? Agricultural. And level up. Still continue. True. But on an average, what we found that educated ones are less likely, particularly from the occupational choice function likely to participate in agriculture. And then when we relate it to the income function, this is the interpretation that we so by and large, results hold for 2009 and 13, and also over both the seasons. The income no, they are not completely out of agriculture. There is a tendency to move. That is what we meant. It's not that all of them. See, from the it is secondary and above. The income equation for Rabi season with asset index by and large conform to these results because had to make the equations identifiable. So in the income equation, we will obviously have to include more variables than the occupational choice. We had to include the asset index, which we have generated through principal component analysis. At the household level, we have taken the livestock and many other types of assets, including the wooden plow, etc. And based on that, this asset index is included in the income equation. Again, gender and education show a dampening effect on income, while activities comprising forest product collection raise it in comparison to other jobs. Cattle rearing, on the other hand, reduces. Age shows a positive effect because in Kharif season, the demand for labor goes up and those with experience have an edge over the newcomers. Household size, however, shows a negative effect on income since the entire household labor endowment has to be engaged in own farms in the Kharif season. Income earned explicitly from the labor market may tend to decline. For the year 2013, for the Kharif season, again, non-agricultural labor and services both seem to be associated with higher incomes. Land holding augments income, and with the inclusion of the asset index, it continues to remain significant. Now, coming to occupational mobility, we may note that in Rabi season, except gender dummy, nothing turns out to be significant. So, by and large, the occupational mobility equations are not really providing us major insights. We move on to the income mobility equation. We define those who have experienced a rise in income to be 1, and those who have not experienced any increase. That means could be a decrease, remain unchanged. That is by 0. The findings for the Rabi season tend to suggest that with age, the probability to experience upward mobility rises, indicating the importance of experience. On the other hand, education is a significant determinant of mobility. Those with education are more likely to experience a rise in income compared to the illiterates. So the illiterate is the comparison category, and we have the other dummy is up to primary, and the second one is secondary. Now, moving on to this multiple sources of livelihood, a large number of studies have come up to suggest that livelihood diversification is taken as a risk management strategy for the rural. The importance of the multiple livelihood benefits can be seen from joint activities pursued by households in areas related to livestock cultivation, forest product cultivation, and trading and marketing of agricultural products. Some of these activities are such in nature that you cannot pursue one in isolation. So they have to be pursued in a sort of general. On the other hand, some not able to provide you adequate has to take recourse to some of these activities. Diversification within a livelihood source and diversification between livelihood sources has been identified as a strategy associated with more resilient livelihood trajectories, and the benefits are seen both in terms of cash and non-cash income. Particularly the work by Ellis reviews literature on households using diversification as a survival and income strategy in sub-Saharan Africa. Diversification is defined as households branching out in different activities as a means of survival. It is desirable to have a diverse basket of activities because it spreads the risks of households and guards them from adverse shocks to one or more sources of income. We have conceptualized presence and absence of multiple sources of income in a binomial logic model. And so those who have multiple sources of income, take 1, and those who do not, 0. For Rabi season, age tends to raise the probability of accessing multiple sources of income. And interestingly, females are more probable to access them compared to the male. Since female wages are lower than those of males, the females work more intensely towards developing livelihood diversification strategies. This is in conformity with the general view that lower is the income, higher is the strive to reduce income risk. Since women pursue economic activity along with household activities, they are unlikely to be primary status workers, and hence they pick up a number of subsidiary status activities. A larger household size reduces the probability of having multiple of an income, though one would expect it otherwise. Among the job categories, those engaged as non-agricultural labor are more likely to cultivate multiple sources of livelihood. However, after job dummies, the age factor is insignificant, while the size of agricultural land holding shows a positive and significant effect. It is believed those with larger holdings are able to diversify their income as they have the resources to invest in other activities. So the finding that we have got here is a bit different from what the theory suggested. It's not necessarily that only those who are engaged in marginal activities are trying to reduce the income risk. Rather, those who have generated some kind of surplus income are able to augment their income by investing in other additional sources. So for Kharif season, again, age turns out to be a significant determinant of accessing multiple sources of income. Some of the jobs hold the possibility of enhancing the probability of multiple sources of income, like cattle rearing, forest product collection, and own cultivation, and NREGA workers. The first two occupations, that is agricultural labor, seem to be in the lower rungs, thus forcing the individuals to develop other earning strategies. So simultaneously, we are also able to perceive that those who are in residual type of activities, low productivity activities, are also trying to minimize their income risk. NREGA possibly offers additional resources to diversify earnings. Though agricultural land holding in the equation without dummies does not turn out to be significant, the level of total income is significant, again suggesting a greater possibility of livelihood diversification for those with greater resources. The policy implication of the findings is that interventions for providing with additional resources and making people aware of pursuing multiple sources of livelihood are prerequisites to escape poverty. So on the whole, we have found that occupational structure reveals stagnancy. A great deal of residual type activities are being pursued over this time frame, 2009 to 30. Many are non-workers, and women earnings are lower than their male counterparts. Also, there is limited information on occupational mobility. Agrarian contract forces households to look for better avenues. However, in terms of income, it is observed that even in a stagnant region with limited opportunities, income mobility is occurring to a limited extent. So sometimes from the agriculture to the rural non-farm sector activities. With improvement in educational levels, individuals are shifting to services and other non-agricultural activities. Some of these observations provide insight into developing policy initiatives, particularly at the macro level, when we talk about shifting workers from agriculture to non-agriculture sector. What kind of agricultural activities they have picked up on their own perhaps can be kept in view while developing the strategies for employment generation in the rural non-farm sector. The employability issue and skill development are some of the areas that need to have grasped, because education, particularly at higher level, secondary and above, enables them to diversify their livelihood opportunities. Livelihood diversification is seen as a risk management strategy for the rural poor. Paucity of earnings compels many to access more than one sources of livelihood at a time. Such a phenomenon, of course, implies greater intensity of work, put in by individuals from time to time in order to earn similar magnitudes of income. The need for systematic knowledge of livelihood strategies and income sources and awareness in general has to be recognized. Our findings also show that workers engaged as factory and construction labor possibly have the surplus resources and information about other sources of livelihood. Hence, at the higher level of income ladder, you get to see that they are also trying to take recourse to multiple sources of livelihood. So it is sort of a bimodal situation. Those who are in marginal activities, they are trying to take recourse to multiple sources of livelihood, and again it gets repeated for those who are at higher level. Possibly because, see, these are from the regression coefficient. So in general, you cannot say that all of that is like this. So that was the first bit. Now you probably type. So here we focus on migration, remittances, and changing patterns of life. It's not the income, the mobility over time. It is the interspatial mobility. Rural to urban migration, in the case of the low-income households, is a rational decision in search of better livelihood opportunities, as the literature has shown. Instances are there to suggest migration in search of even a low productivity job in the urban informal sector in order to escape the severity of poverty at the place of rural origin. But at the same time, studies have pointed out in many poor households, population mobility is sluggish, primarily because they cannot afford to migrate. The cost of migration is extremely high. And on the other hand, here Banerjee's argument is that those who belong to the middle income households in the rural areas have a higher propensity. So the poor cannot afford to migrate, rich do not have to migrate. It is the middle income group which has a high. Largely the literature can be divided into two important propositions. One which takes recourse to the push factors, that are basically the landlessness and deterioration in the land-man ratio and the rural poverty, which compels people to migrate to the urban areas, and the other is visualized in terms of the pull factors and even some of the macro variables like concentration of urban industries, foreign capital flows into urban infrastructure, housing, power, transportation, and large-scale manufacturing, how they impinge on the migration process. This can use seasonal migration also, particularly if I look into the first proposition in terms of landlessness or deterioration in the land-man ratio or severity of rural poverty. It's quite possible that in the slack season, people often move from the rural to the urban areas or from one rural area to another rural area. It's quite possible. Sure. So what they do, then they do not they do not become the long distance migrants. They move out from the rural area to the immediate neighboring town in Chhattisgarh or in Madhya Pradesh or in some other area in that locality. And sometimes from rural to rural also. There is a large number of studies in this area. I'm not going into the details. Again, on remittances, there is a major debate that whether remittances actually contribute to the well-being of the households. Now, one view is that it contributes significantly to the consumption behavior of the households or members who have stayed back. And the other is that not necessarily only to the consumption requirements of the household members who have stayed back, but also to health expenditure augmentation, etc. Kundu and Mohanan argue that though migration for employment from rural to urban areas is indeed a major tool of poverty alleviation, the opportunities are gradually declining. And that is what it prompts them to call as exclusionary urbanization process. And the job prospects are definitely better for the migrants in large cities than those in small towns. And again, in the large cities, according to them, these job prospects are slowly declining. But these possibilities are closing down for the unskilled and illiterate population. So this paper makes an attempt to identify the possible factors which cause migration, and secondly, to assess whether migration leads to sizable amount of remittances, causing improvement in the levels of living of the households at the place of origin. Here we have tried to define migration. We take the code for the location of the household. So location of primary occupation being outside the place of home code and above, that is sort of defined as the migration. And this includes your temporary and permanent migrants both. Further, migration due to marriage, etc. is being excluded. So a large number of female migration, which is basically due to marriage, is being excluded. The cross classification of household heads, educational level, and migration is indicative of the fact that households with illiterate heads show a relatively higher incidence of migration. This pattern is quite consistent with what Aristotle model predicted. The disadvantaged and the poor with no resource endowment are more likely to migrate out in search of job opportunities, while the non-poor do not have the compulsion to undergo mobility. There is a tendency of labor shifting to better jobs after migration, though it is not a widely prevalent phenomenon. Particularly in terms of secondary occupations, the changes after migration are not perceptible. For many migrants, we do not have the information on both pre- and post-migration job status. Hence, a meaningful comparison could not be made to derive any generalized conclusion. Therefore, we are using these terms possibly and perhaps. The most interesting point lies in the fact that population mobility has been accompanied by upward income mobility also. The real incomes have been calculated after correcting for the price changes. So part of this income increase can be attributed to a rise in the number of days of work after migration compared to the pre-migration status. The rise in income after migration is an outcome of graduation to better off jobs. So both things have taken place. The quality of job has gone up, and at the same time the number of days of work has also gone up. Turning to the question as to which types of households are more likely to migrate, the type of household is determined by considering the primary occupation of the household head. So here again we have seen that members from relatively better off households like non-agricultural labor households are also migrating, though those who are engaged as agricultural labor also show a high propensity to migrate. Now in the migration function, we have tried to include several variables like education dummies, and then we have gender dummy, age, agrarian contract, household size, land holding, etc. The variable per capita income includes income from all sources. Though strictly speaking, per capita income or the job dummies are not to be included in the migration function, as they represent the post-migration decision. So there is a sort of endogeneity and in fact what you call bidirectional effect. But just for the sake of a broad sort of indicator to understand kind of job market at the place of destination, we have taken income as a proxy and similarly the job dummies as the proxy. In the equation for Rabi season, age is seen to reduce the probability to migrate, indicating a higher degree of mobility among the younger ones. Besides, per capita income has a positive impact on migration, and so also some of the job dummies. For Kharif season, again it reduces the probability to migrate, while some of the job dummies raise the probability to migrate. With the inclusion of the asset index in the migration function, the results do not improve. So at the place of destination, the job market conditions and the nature of the jobs are very pertinent in determining the probability to migrate. With the exclusion of the variables like job dummies and income, land holding, gender, and household size turn out to be significant in the equation for rapism, while the effect of age on probability to migrate becomes insignificant. Males are more likely to migrate. No, it is the same. It is the same survey result. It is one is for the income mobility, those who have experienced an increase in income over time, and this paper is reflecting on the pre and post migration outcomes. So whether the income has gone up after migration and whether the occupation has changed after migration is so quite possible that overlaps. Agrarian contract also compels members of the household to migrate as additional resources are required to release the land or settle the loans through the coefficient, though the coefficient is not statistically significant. In the Kharif season, the land holding is again seen to have a negative effect on migration, while males revealed a higher propensity to migrate. With asset index, the results do not improve. As regards education dummies, the effect of higher level of education is positive on migration, though not statistically significant. On the whole, the results are indicative of two important patterns. One is household endowment engages the available labor supply productively, and hence the need to migrate is less. The other is the lack of opportunities at the place of origin induces migration as the mismatch in skill grows. Turning to remittances, a large majority of the remitters are located in the lower size classes formed by the magnitude of remittances. So this is indicative of the fact that remittances contribute significantly to the consumption requirements of those who have been left behind. A large majority of the households which receive remittances are also endowed with less land, less than 3 acres. The remittance function shows that some of the, here we have tried alternative models, again the binomial logic model and also the Tobit model to give weightage to the individual observations on the amount of remittance. And those who are not it's the characterized with 0. The remittance function, the job categories have a positive and significant effect on the probability of remitting. In other words, earners engaged in certain specific activities are more likely to remit than the others. However, the results are not uniform across seasons. The other variables like contract dummy, age, gender dummy, education dummies, however, do not turn out to be statistically significant. The asset index shows a total value of remittances. One is log model where you have only one. Those who are remitting and those who are not, it is 0. Model, you have the actual values. So those who are not remitting, it is 0 and truncated normal. Yeah. So that is why the income appears there as a. So the asset index shows a negative impact on remittances, suggesting that better off households do not have to depend on migration and remittances. The policy implication of the finding is that asset creation is an effective alternative to migration, which is largely based on push factors. However, remittances are spent how remittances are spent is an important question. Whether remittances contribute to the overall well-being of the households, and if so, what are the channels through which the benefits accrue, are some of the pertinent issues. I told you that in many of the low-income households or with less land holding, it is spent largely on consumption requirements. But in some of the households, we get to see that those, particularly those who have large land holding, it is spent on health expense. We do not know, of course, whether large household, it's is more than 5 acres. See, for the yes, yeah, we are not presenting the tables here. In the paper, you may have. In the households with less than 3 acres, less than 1 acre, almost remittances would account for almost 50% or more than 50% of the total consumption requirements. But in households which have more than 5 acres of land or so, there you get to see that there is a correspondence between the amount of remittances and health. So hence our findings may be taken to interpret that the relatively better off households do not depend much on remittances for consumption. When they receive, the amount contributes to their overall well-being. Here well-being we are referring to the health aspect. Our analysis is indicative of the fact that households with illiterate heads show a relatively higher incidence of migration. There is a tendency of labor shifting to better jobs after migration, though it is not a widely prevalent trend. The most interesting point lies in the fact that population mobility has been accompanied by upward income mobility. In both the seasons, the households engaged in relatively low productivity activities are seen to be sending out migrants. However, there is also evidence that the members from relatively better off households, like non-agricultural labor households, are also migrating out. As far as all migrants are concerned, in the equation for Rabi season, age is seen to reduce the probability to migrate. Besides, per capita income has a positive impact on migration. The most striking part is that the remitters of greater amount are mostly literates and educated, though not so much in the Kharif season, supporting the view that educated individuals migrate out in search of better jobs and are thus able to remit more in the Rabi season when there is lesser demand for labor within the village. The policy implication of the finding is that asset creation is an effective alternative to push migration, because most of these migrants who get motivated to migrate due to push factors are largely engaged in the low productivity urban informal sector. So though they are able to escape poverty to some extent, but they rather add to the urban poverty. Hence, it would be worthwhile to introduce strategies that will help them create asset, and hence it will reduce the pace of push factors based migration from the rural to the urban areas. In construction. Yes. Quite possible. No, I agree. I think, but in our survey, I think we were not able to capture the phenomenon of bonded labor. That nobody would say it so explicitly. I do agree that part of this migration, seasonal migration, could be because of the bonded labor. That in one season they would work within the village, and in another season they may have to go out and work. Yeah.
That point is very valid when you talk of Kharif and Rabi. And that too in western Orissa, where the cropping pattern, which is the major income generation and major employment and major labor requiring activity, they differ hugely even in normal year. Leave apart the drought year, even in normal year, hugely that. So in Kharif, because it is all predominantly rice growing area, it is full of crop. In Rabi, people leave it fallow and left the villages for nothing but the even in normal season. When it is drought, particularly what he is putting across is how it varies from the drought year in western Orissa to part of other part of the Orissa are in the same district. There may be few subdivisions under drought, there may be some few subdivisions which have got adequate rain. So how it varies.
Maybe in future we would like to do a survey in the coastal parts vis-a-vis the drought prone areas.
Not only same district. Even in Kalahandi district or Koraput district, you will find number of good patches where it is full of greenery, full of crops. The other part, wherever it is coal block and collieries, they are drought prone and there is no crop, nothing, no agriculture. Such kind of variations could have been captured and that would have been better. Anything?
Income. Sure. In fact, in the migration paper, as I told you, that those who are in marginal activities, they are showing a higher propensity to migrate. Again, those who are secondary and above education, they are showing a higher propensity to migrate. So that could be the reason. But in the other paper, I did mention that education, particularly those who have acquired above secondary, their income is associated positively. And in that context, I refer to the skill formation and eliminating the mismatch possibility in the place of origin. So that is what I meant by that, how education can help you to diversify your sources of life. Then when I was talking about the multiple sources of income. In a domestic sector, etc. See, even in a residual activity, if you have a demand for labor is more than, let us say, supply. Let's say as domestic maids. Let's treat it as a residual activity. If your demand is more than the supply, then wages would go. The point here is that there are some kind of residual activities which are always characterized by an excess supplies of labor. Say, for example, the vegetable vendors and shoe shiners and a huge range of informal sector. There, the issue is that the migration, particularly the seasonal migration, is strongly correlated. And in such situations, what kind of alternative income generating strategies you can develop in the rural areas so that they don't have to migrate to the urban areas is an important.
Anything more? So, can I request Dr. Magnus to make a presentation?
There is an econometric issue.
Okay, so this is the last paper for today. We focus on, so Arup talked about agrarian contracts, and I will talk about one particular type. Again, Clive is involved. Is involved in many of these papers. I try to do the empirical stuff. He has a very nice model, and I will talk about the model, but in very short terms. In fact, I need to read this myself. So the more general motivation for this project in general is agrarian contracts. This was the literature that flourished in the 70s, 80s, into the 90s. And we observed this in close-knit societies where markets may be far from perfect. We observe that sometimes you bundle markets together. So credit, labor, product markets, credit, and so on. And this may be a way to actually increase the total surplus of the local economy if the market failures. And or it may be a way for powerful agents to extract that surplus. So there may be a trade-off here, or there may not be a trade-off. So you find all kinds of interlinkages between labor, credit, product, and land markets. For example, interest-free loans in lean season against work below the market rate during peak seasons. Interest-free production loans against purchase of products below market price. Landowner bears the full cost of inputs for a sharecropper if products are sold through him. So these are just examples of this kind of interlinked contracts. So we study one particular type of contract, and there's a very limited literature in economics, if any. There are some papers in anthropology. That is usufruct mortgage. So what is that? So that is that the lender gets the user right to a plot of land until the loan is repaid. Okay? So as a lender, the interest payment you got is whatever you get out of that plot of land. So the alternative here we used to be take normal loans and pay interest every year until it's repaid. Until you repay it, I mean. And for the lender, he could even use that interest payments to rent land. It may be even from the same borrower, but without linking these two up. Okay? So what we look at here is an interlinked contract where the terms may depend on, or there's basically a direct link between the two. So why do people do this? From the borrower's point of view, they are free to decide when to repay. That may not always be the case in normal credit contracts. There's tend to be a agreement that this should be repaid after, let us say, 2 years, 6 months, 5 years, whatever. The borrower keep the... No, and that should maybe be on the... No, the borrower, he actually transferred the user right of land, but not the land document itself to the lender. If it was a bank, you had to give the land document. In this case, you can keep the land document. And maybe that has already been used for formal types of loans, so this can be a benefit. And maybe they have already utilized all other sources of credit, possibly, so maybe that is a benefit. And the next now, knowing the findings, the next one is important. There's a need for a large sum of money, maybe for marriage. And this is a way to get a big sum. And note that the necessary condition is that the borrower actually have excess land available as compared to family labor. So they have some land that they can actually use for this mortgage. From the lender's point of view, again, they may be in need of land, and the rental market may be thin in the village. The purchase market even thinner. The loan is smaller than the cost of purchasing land, so they may afford to get some land in that sense. They may have excess family labor as compared to the family land, so it's an attractive transaction. And they may have excess family labor that allows them to save the amount necessary to give the loan. And finally, what I thought, at least initially, was the motive, that it may be more opportunistic motive, that you may buy the land at a low price if the borrower experiences a new negative shock. So maybe this tie allows you to get the land at below the market price. So these were speculations we had before we really started working on this. And then Clive started on the model, and so this is now this is now a verbal outline of a very complicated model. So if you want to see the model, you have to read the paper. Okay, I will just give a flavor of the model. So in this model, you have both the borrower and the lender have a stochastic income that depends on the assets they have. So how much land they have and so on. The lender's income will increase as they get more land through the mortgage. So there's a shift in the stochastic function, income function. So they get the land through mortgage, the income function shift to the right. Similar, the borrower's income function today shift to the left. So this is how he models the shift of the use of the land. So the immediate benefit for the borrower of getting the loan is trading against the lower incomes in the future, as you have less land and thus less agricultural income. The borrower takes the loan because he gets a negative shock in the model. So when you get the deep negative shock, you will take up this type of loan. Similar, the lender managed to raise the loan if he gets a positive shock. Here you can now see. Here you now can see that you need a match between a negative shock and a positive shock in the same village. So these two has to be sort of neighbors to be able to utilize that land when you mortgage it. So you need a match. That means that you should not expect to see many contracts like this. I will tell you later how many we see, but you should not expect to see many contracts. That's what we consider. There can be any type of shock in the model. I will actually tell you a little bit more about what actual shocks we see. Then repayment happens in the model if there's the borrower gets a positive shock. So the borrower first got the negative shock, then forgot the loan, then he gets a positive shock and repay. But if the borrower gets another negative shock, then they may consider to transfer the full property right. not just the user right, but the landowner. So this is going on in the model. And what can we lead out of this for the empirical analysis? So if you have larger endowments, you actually have less need for borrowing, which means that you will not, you are less likely to mortgage out land. So borrow is the same as mortgage out land. But families with few assets are more likely to borrow, which means which means to mortgage out. So they are more likely to borrow. But there must be a limit to that, because you actually need land to be able to mortgage out. So you have the less assets you have, the more likely you would like to mortgage out. But of course, you need land to mortgage out. So there will be a U-shaped thing here that I will be talking about in the empirical section. And we also know that successive negative income shocks will lead to first a mortgage contract, then possibly transfer of ownership of land. So that we will pick up on later in the empirical analysis. And again, we need a positive shock on the lender side. And there's one important implication here, and that is that for the land poor to lend money to the land rich in this case. There's a slightly surprising thing there already. So it's the land poor that has to come up with money, maybe from migration, to be able to lend to the land rich. Okay?
Any of the last bullet and first bullet is the larger endowment will need less borrow. You are telling the land poor will give money to land rich. So where is the demand?
But this, in fact, is the U-shaped thing. So at the lower end, we end up in empirical analysis actually showing that at this lower end, the land poor will lend money to the land rich. No, in fact, not. We can discuss that. I talked about but it's the U-shaped thing here. So we end up at the land poor will lend money to the land rich. Again, we have the same data. These people were first interviewed in 2001 to 2004 by Susanne van Dillen. We were able to find almost all 240 households. So now we talk only about the core households from 2001. So 216 of them were found. These are 30 villages in Balangir. We use information on initial conditions from 2001 interview on land, family composition, education, caste, and block where they live. Almost during those first rounds. The 2018 data to measure that accumulation of land. So as from the model, we know that they may end up accumulating land, transfer ownership at the end. If you exclude two outliers, then basically the land distribution is the same within the sample in the 2 years. So there may be transactions, they may divide the land, they may sell land, buy land, but we end up with basically the same land distribution. Yeah. And 10% of these households mortgage in, 12% mortgage out. As I said, you need that match, so you should not expect a very high percentage. But we have these contracts. Here I just show that I call it land accumulation, but actually the land distribution is basically the same in the 2 years. As you see, there's a slight decline in landless households. If you include them, the 25% is only slightly higher. The rest of the distribution basically unchanged. The median is the same, the mean is the same, the 75% is the same, the 90% is the same. So basically same land distribution within the sample in the 2 years. Okay? But there's lots of change in that distribution. That we know. There's splits of households, they get some land from other people and so on, buy land. That will come very soon. Let me just talk about the shocks. So we asked them about, Susanne asked them about negative shocks in those early periods. And 26 households that mortgaged out and thus became borrowers, 65% of them, they report that the mortgage is linked to marriage. Okay? So they take up this loan for marriage. While 27% of them have health problems, that's normal, same as for the rest of the sample. 46% report a weather shock, again very similar to the rest of the big sample. 23% reported no shocks. Then if you go to the 22 households that mortgaged inland, and thus became lenders, they report no marriages. And they can report many shocks. Okay. But most important now is that even for the big sample, there's only 3% in the big sample that report marriages, but there was 65% in the mortgage out who become borrowers. So there's a very close link here between these mortgage contracts and marrying away the daughter. Okay, so you use this contract to marry away your daughter. Again, the health problems, weather shocks, but you see the weather shocks, there are fewer shocks just because they have less land, so they don't care that much about weather shocks. They probably experience the same weather, but they don't feel it as a shock. And by that, the larger percent have no shocks. So basically, people mortgage out to finance daughters' marriage. Now, so if we now recall the model where we talked about negative outcomes, then we have to ask ourselves, is this really, is marriage a shock? And I mean, you know that a marriage is likely to happen at some point. You have a daughter growing up, but in fact, the timing may be uncertain. And that is why we can still talk about this as a stochastic thing. You're waiting for a proper groom and his family. He has to turn up. There's a line maybe. You have to wait, find the appropriate one. Also some auspicious date for marriage, so maybe not know the right timing for that priest. But even also two-way strategies to raise the fund for that marriage. You can keep assets that can be sold at that time. That can be land, gold, cattle, so you can sell the land. Or you can just wait, and whenever it happens, you borrow, potentially through this kind of mortgage contract. So why do we find this close link between mortgage and marriage? It is a large one-time cost. Maybe this type of one-time cost is more frequent than other large losses like health shocks and whatever you can suggest. So it's just a statistical thing. We just see it more often. There can also be other shocks. Is there some kind of social custom that links marriage with mortgage? Nobody told us about that, but I would be happy if anyone can explain that to me. Or maybe this is a completely planned thing. So you know you need less land after the daughter has left the household. You don't have the same amount of family labor. So that can also be a thing. So we keep our mind open for other explanations, although in the model itself, it's a pure random shock. So now to your question on accumulation. So there's so few cases we can just look at them. And in a way that you will see regressions later, but in fact with so few cases, let us just look at them. So that's what we do. So among the 22 that mortgaged in land, over that 10-year period, 4 of them lost land while 13 gained land. 10 of the 22 were landless in 2001. 6 out of those 10 had land in 2013. That is a big gain. 60% of them used maybe this as a mean to accumulate land. On the mortgage outside is completely different. So among the 26 that mortgaged out, 9 gained land, 14 lost. So that is more equal, so it's not any clear trend. By definition, they own land since they mortgaged out. So there's basically not that big change among them. So in conclusion, mortgage appears to be a stepping stone towards land accumulation. So now I turn into the more technical stuff on the empirical side. So there's some. So now we try to model the mortgage decision, the mortgage in, mortgage out decision. So assumedly there is a latent underlying function here representing assets or endowments. So that's land ownership, how much family labor you have, education, maybe even cost play a role. So we have these probability functions. When if this latent function is above a certain threshold, you decide to mortgage in or mortgage out. If it's below, you mortgage in. If it's below another threshold, you mortgage out. We can estimate these two separately using standard OLS. It's not completely correct because then you include the other mortgage contract in the control group. We have been discussing this a lot. You can then instead do a multinomial logit and estimate these two equations jointly. Or you can assume that it's basically the same equation but with 2 different thresholds, and then you use the order probability. Again, I will report the marginal effects later, and you will see that it doesn't matter much what we choose here, basically. So just to remind you what you should expect to find in the regression tables. So larger endowments means a lower probability of borrowing or mortgaging out. Does a land decrease as land decreases the probability of mortgaging out? Okay. So this is the comparative statics in a sense. So as land decreases, the probability of mortgaging out increases. Okay, but this is only when we look at. This is related to the curvature of the utility function. So basically, whether you prefer to mortgage in or out when the shock comes. So there must be a limit to this. As land goes towards 0, the probability of mortgaging out must again decrease. Basically, because you don't have land. So. But in the model where we focus on where people are based, how much land they have, how much endowments they have, then as land decreases, the probability of mortgaging out will increase, but you need some land, so there will be an inverse U-shaped function here. Okay, so you say that if the size of the shock is correlated with how much endowment you have, this may not happen. Okay, I got a message now. I have to complete this. You have to leave soon. I will be ready in 5-10 minutes. Okay, so we have this U-shaped one because of the endowments effect order that we actually need land to be able to mortgage out land, and this will be the opposite for the mortgaging in. While family, labor, and education, that is just an increase in endowment, and you don't use that for that. You don't mortgage out, so there will be just an increase. And that increase, you increase the probability of mortgaging in, or opposite way out. Cost may shift the preferences, both in mortgaging in and out, and mortgaging in may lead to accumulation of land. So here are the findings. Basically, it looks like you have this inverse U and U-shaped functions, but in reality, you don't really reach that maximum if you calculate on these parameters. So you have to imagine that there's a concave or convex function. So you basically so the finding is that you mortgage out if you have more land. You mortgage in if you have less lands. So you don't have land, you want more. Scheduled tribes are less active on both sides, so they don't mortgage in or out. You mortgage in if you have some education. There's no effect of whatever I do with family size, whether I do active, dependence, nothing is significant. And the parameters here, if you look at them, are consistent over these models. If you go on to the accumulation, then we see that basically, if you had land in 2001, you have land in 2013, not surprising. Controlling for that initial land, we find that if you mortgage in, that is in fact the way to accumulate land. We don't find the same significant finding on the opposite side, so for mortgaging out. Maybe because they are more contracting outside the sample, I don't know, or there is more noise. Large families in 2001, they keep the land, also a natural finding. Controlling for all this, controlling for initial family size, land and mortgage. Families with many adult men will, in 2001 will have less land in 2013. So maybe they just find some other occupations. They get, I don't know, just a finding. So then, rushing a bit, I'll go to the last slide. So marriage is essential here. We have to think, in my mind, more about it. It's the main motive for borrowing, by that mortgaging out. Then we have to remember that we need land in the first place to mortgage out. But the lenders here are land poor at the outset. So the poor who are able to lend and thus mortgage in may have an opportunistic motive as they accumulate, they end up accumulating land. So it seems like the mortgage is a supplement to the credit market when large sums are needed for marriage. And importantly, since these poor people are actually able to accumulate land from more land-rich people, maybe even with smaller families, so they don't need all that land. It seems like mortgage is a way over time to reallocating land in a market way within the village. Okay, so it seems to be maybe an effective institution or type of contract that allow for this reallocation that you may need within the village. That's it. Thanks. This is a good comment, and we are still working on this paper, and we discussed this yes also. So these poor land poor households, they need to get up with that money in some way. And that may be by way of remittance. So you go, in this area, you go to Raipur and you work as a rickshaw puller. Maybe you earn that money that is needed to come up with here. So this can be a planned thing, or it can be you just by luck got a good job, better than the normal job when you go outside the village. Maybe that's how you can save up the necessary money. I didn't get the chance. Okay, the upper you get the dowry. So the son get married. Someone, yeah, that may. Yeah, in fact, that I have to check. Maybe we have that information. That was a good idea. When it comes to this health shocks, so they are negative. But of course, you can also think about this in a slightly different way. So health shocks happens all the time. So if there's 1 year there's no health shock, that is actually a positive outcome. So it depends on how you phrase stuff also. So, but I agree, we have to control for both. What you said now was very good, thank you. And there are also other income increases planned or random, including remittances that we have to control for. So there's still work to be done. Some of these, we have to start thinking about endogeneity here, because there's lots of stuff that happens at the same time here, maybe. But all this we will work more on. This is still in progress. Time for one more. So I'm not sure I completely grasped what you said, but when I started on this paper, I thought this was a way for the land rich to become even more land rich. So that was my starting hypothesis. But when we looked at the data, that was not the case. Okay, it was the land poor who actually accumulated land. So it was contrary to what I thought. It was, but in the data, the opposite happened of what I expected. And what happened in the data is actually, it fits with the model. Even. So in that sense, we are happy. But I did. But yeah. Yeah. I agree in theory this may happen, but we control application, but I had to check it completely. So.
Thank you, Dr. Magnus, and Dr. Mitra also. In this session, we had 3 presentations, quite varied one, starting from livelihood support to mortgage for different social activities, including the farming. I have many things to say, but paucity of time doesn't permit. However, I will start with Professor Mitra. That very good conclusion you have drawn up. Some findings are very good for us, for Niti Aayog, in the sense that you have referred that diversification of livelihood activity, they have helped out the whenever there is some negative impacts. But what kind of diversification? We talked about within and between. But within diversification, which is we normally in our terms say vertical diversification, product diversification. Then which one is could be the best option? Once you are giving a policy prescription, then you have to define that if you are talking about vertical diversification in as compared to horizontal one, then which one is the best? Perhaps in your detailed paper you will be able to define all. Seasonality was always a case of discussion and also a case of debate, because you have taken not a agriculture season but season according to the calendar year, so that will always vary. In our some season is something different, in your studies is different, so how you can reconcile with that season where the farmers and the farming are greatly engaged with the agriculture, and then non-agriculture and the labor requirement is much more in Kharif and as you projected as compared to Rabi. Then again there are problems of geographical setting. In Orissa, the part in which you have been working, Kharif is by natural endowments, it is much more engaged in the farming and other activities rather than the Rabi, because and there are social issues also. People leave cattle at loose. Farmers are not inclined to go for farming in that very season. So that are the natural impediments that also affect the labor requirement and other activities. So if you can define the per unit, suppose for Kharif, this is the per unit labor intensity as compared to Rabi, then it may come out with a greater and transparent picture rather than defining that Kharif mein ye tha, Rabi mein hota. So that doesn't show a much conclusive image of your response. Then on migration, it was really very informative, and I could learn many things of them. But when you say low productivity activity, how you define with the different social strata? For a number of people, what you define a low productive activity is much more productive activity for them. Suppose the education level is very low, he is unskilled. For him, farming could be the most productive as compared to a person who is educated. So different kind of skill, education level, then resource endowment, these definitions do change. So how you have defined those things, that maybe you are putting in your detailed paper, but we in Niti Aayog of course would like to have, because that has a number of policy implications. That when you are designing or devising some activities for those part of the country, then you have to put forth this kind of qualified. That I have already told while you are making presentation, while you make presentation, there should be some quantification also that for us we will be taking care. And Professor Magnus, this is really one of the significant findings for us who are working in agriculture. Normally, we believe in agriculture that mortgages of land is only for agriculture purpose. You want to purchase some input, some fertilizers, some seeds, some other things. Then he put forth his land, part of land for taking some money from the lender. But your study shows that it is largely for other social activities other than agriculture. So I don't know whether you have captured the agriculture operations also or not. But if you can highlight those activities also, whether are in your number of assumptions or number of qualifying statements, how agricultural operations do affect the mortgage. The larger issue was that where did you survey? You survey in a tribal belt where the land title itself is not a conclusive, or you have surveyed in an area where land titling is conclusive. Because once it is a tribal belt, this mortgage and then taking land away from one person to another when land itself belongs to a community, I don't have any such preposition. So you have to put a qualifier from where you have surveyed, what have been the land titling, whether it is a conclusive land title or presumptive land title, or it is a community land title. Then only it qualifies whether your land has been transferred to the lender or not. Because a lender may be a village or a community head. Land itself is for his name on record, but for operational purpose he has distributed land within his community. So those you have to put a qualifying statement. Then last point what he has raised is any SAC can't be a size neutral. So you have to qualify large landowner or assets. If there is a natural SAC, he will receive much more larger SAC than the small landowner. So you have to qualify. At the end, I thank you all, and of course, Dr. Pradhan is not here. I wish to thank him, and you have come. So, thank you for inviting me. And all the three papers, they have been quite informative, and the 2-3 things which I have told, they are really a learning point for me. And while developing some plan, some policy, we will take care. And if the final prints of those papers are made available to me or to Niti Aayog, I will be grateful. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks. I have to move a bit early because